With the webinar product, is it still advisable for staff to turn off their video, except for council, unless they're they're being called on to present or speak? Thank you, Farhad. I wanted to make.
Tonight, I'm simply going to say you are broadcasting.
So I'll take that as our cue. Yes, we are broadcasting.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It is September 21st, 2021. I am Norma Martinez-Rubin, Mayor, City of Pinole, starting the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council at 5:01 p.m. Welcome, everyone. If you can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troops. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Martinez-Rubin?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Salimi?
Here.
Councilmember Tave? Let's see. Just verifying that we don't yet have Councilmember Tave on the line. Looks like he's not yet joined. Councilmember Murphy? Councilmember Toms?
Here.
City Manager Murray?
Here.
City Attorney Casher? Assistant City Manager De La Rosa?
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, September 16th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received for items for citizens to be heard. Items, you know what, I don't have that report. Written comments were received for items on the agenda and posted to the city's website and distributed to the City Council in advance of the meeting. A revised version of item 8J was published and distributed to Council after the publishing of the agenda. And does the Council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Councilmember Tate has joined us. For the record, please.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here. Technical difficulties, sorry.
Thank you for joining us. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We will move on. Our agenda, we will be convening to a closed session. There are three matters on this part of the agenda. A conference with real property negotiators related to property 401-162-001, which otherwise translates as 2301 San Pablo Avenue. The agency negotiators are City Manager Murray, Assistant City Manager De La Rosa, and City Attorney Casher. The negotiating parties are Alex Balakrishnan and Claude Zamanian. Under negotiation are the price and terms. The second matter is a conference with real property negotiators. Property is at 2337 San Pablo Avenue. Agency negotiators, same as above, previously stated, City Manager Murray, Assistant City Manager De La Rosa, and City Attorney Casher. The negotiating parties are Raquel Contreras, and under negotiation as well the price and the terms. The third matter is a conference with legal counsel related to existing litigation, related to Government Code 54956.9D1. And the name of the case is related to PG&E and Pacific Gas and Electric Company versus debtors, those with whom there are debts. So the City Council will convene to close session with these three matters as part of the agenda. I'm estimating it would be at least an hour, could be an hour and a half, before we reconvene to open session. For those members of the public and guests who are on our agenda this afternoon, thanks in advance for your patience. We will see you in about an hour and a half, possibly. So thank you.
Mayors, excuse me, sorry, this is City Clerk Yobu. We do have one member of the public who has their hand raised for public comment.
Okay, thank you. And so we will convene after the closed session, but before that, we will hear the public comment. So, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor. We have Oliver who has his hand raised for a public comment.
Hi, it's Oliver. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I tried to email my comment in earlier, but I didn't get it in before 3 o'clock, so I'll just read it into the record. I've been a Pinole resident and homeowner for the past 21 years and been on the City of Pinole TAPS Committee since 2017. We have not had a TAPS Committee meeting since January 20th of 2021, and the last one before that was in October of 2020. Earlier this year, the city posted on their website there were 5 openings on the TAPS Committee, and that applications were due by July 30th, 2021. So there are only 5 member spots on the TAPS Committee. There are 3 still active members that were at the January 20th meeting. And every meeting since then has been canceled by Anna Avila. And so I'm a bit confused about how there's 5 openings, there's 3 active members still. So it's just like that question answered. And it seems like if the city is wanting to recruit 5 members, they should really try to activate or use the 3 members that are still on the board. I don't understand that. So that's another question that I'm asking. And then some time ago, I believe it was in May, I talked to the city manager about some of the concerns I had with the TAPS committee and the focus of the group. I was told at that time there was going to be some reorganizing of city department spots and heads, and it would correct some of the issues brought up. Since then, the prior public works director, Tamara Miller, has left the city, and we still have not had a TAPS meeting. I recommended the city manager attend the TAPS meeting so that he could see for himself some of the challenges the committee has been facing. And to my knowledge, well, the city manager hasn't attended, I don't think, probably because there's been no TAPS committee meeting. They keep getting canceled by the city. So another important aspect of the problems, I guess, for the TAPS committee is that there's several Brown Act requirements that are not being followed, primarily the no recording or taking of meeting minutes. There's no posting of the meeting minutes, and the discussions are going well off of agenda items that have been posted. I would like the city council to know that TAPS committee members are eager and willing to help the city and the city council. However, when meetings are consistently canceled and then the city opens up
Ms. Stone, was that the only public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. Okay, as you all heard, that public comment was not related to the items that are under consideration for closed session. However, in consideration of the person who spoke, and because I did not specifically ask if the comments were related to that or not, I'm going to turn to staff to respond to Mr. Oliver, if you can, a bit, and then we will continue with our agenda. So I think there were questions both fitting for response by our city manager as well as by our city clerk, who oversees the recruitment related to vacancies, and the explanation about why we have X number of vacancies, given that there are some members that are still interested in remaining in their positions. Thank you. Who would like to go first? Mr. Murray?
I'll go first, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do remember the conversation that I had with Mr. Oliver some time ago regarding the TAPS committee. As I mentioned to him at the time, and as you well know, we're undergoing a reorganization where we've created separate community development and public works departments. We're recruiting for new heads of each of those departments. And so we'll have a new permanent public works director eventually. And I think that it makes sense for the new occupant of that position to review the activities, scope, role, membership of TAPS, and provide some recommendations on how to move forward with that committee. I understand that there have been some frustrations, meeting cancellations being one of them. I'm not aware of, and I don't recall having heard any concerns expressed regarding Brown Act issues. And so would be happy to hear from Mr. Oliver. I'm sure the city clerk would as well about those. That doesn't ring a bell. And I obviously would be concerned about that, although we haven't had a meeting in quite some time. So that provides some peace of mind. So my expectation and what I think my recommendation is that we continue to suspend the meetings of the TAPS committee until the new public works director can figure out how to best engage it to advise city staff and the council on traffic and pedestrian safety matters. And so I just don't think that it makes sense to convene the committee without someone who can seek their counsel and carry out their recommendations right now. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you. And now I'll turn to Madam City Clerk. If you can respond to the questions related to vacancies and recruitment process, that kind of thing, so that the current members understand if they are continue to be interested, that they can as well remain given whatever they need to do to be in those spots. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to provide a little more information. So yes, we did open recruitment. We reflected vacancies, incumbents whose terms had expired. So as you know, at the start of the pandemic, when we had initially sort of taken a break from recruitment on all commissions, we made that decision just for safety and also to just allow for the opportunity for us to return to recruitment when we felt like it was a safe time to do so. And then once we did open the recruitment, at that point, there were incumbents that are in the position whose terms have expired. So once we do finally move forward, when we have a new public works director in place, we'll have a lot of work to do in getting the commission, the terms, the appointments all shored up and make sure that we have the new terms in place. And so all of that will come forward to the council in a staff report with the details. But I encourage anyone who's a member or anyone interested to please reach out to me. I'd be happy to provide more information. When we do also reactivate the commission, that's a great opportunity to look at all the procedures and make sure that we're meeting all of our standards. As we all know, many of our practices have changed with the onset of virtual meetings, and it's also increased the workload for the active commission. There's all sorts of things that are involved with just making sure that we keep our records, accessible to the public. I'm happy to take a look at that and work with staff once we get this committee back up and running. So feel free to reach out to me with questions about recruitment and committee practices. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you to Mr. Oliver and the other members of the TAPS committee. As we all know, in the city, there continue to be traffic and pedestrian matters that could be addressed. And I sincerely appreciate the sense of volunteerism and interest ongoing to participate in discussions involving those matters along with staff. Also recognizing that until there's some consistent level of staffing for that committee, we can begin it and it'll end and it'll be in spurts, and that's probably not the best way to operate. So in attempting to do better, we will keep in mind the sense of frustration, but as well the sense of eagerness and interest in continuing to serve. Thank you very much for your comments, and we will move on to the closed session, and again restating that we will return at this point probably about 6:45 back to open session. Thank you, everyone. See you in closed session, Council.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. The council is back from closed session and there are no reportable actions. So we will move on to the next agenda item. And this is the portion where the public may offer comments, make public comments on topics or issues not on the agenda. You may join us via Zoom. The webinar ID is on our screen. It is ID number 893-3500-0272 or by phone 669-900-6833. I will open the portion of the agenda for the public comment period. If you are using Zoom, you will have to raise your hand, use the raise hand feature to alert staff that you wish to speak. And if you are joining us by phone, press *9 to alert staff that you'd like to comment, and then press *6 to unmute once you are called. So, Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments?
Madam Mayor, before you proceed with that, I wanted to note that Councilmember Tave is in the attendee area and needs to be brought forward.
Thank you, staff. Can you help us with that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And Management Analyst Roxanne Stone will be leading us through the public comment for citizens to be heard.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do have several public comments. We'll start with Jeff Rubin.
Good evening. While the council's decision to deny the renovation of the Faria House is a setback for supporters of the Pinole History Museum, the real damage is self-inflicted. This council has tarnished its credibility and, by extension, the credibility of the city. For nearly 2 decades, the city has declared its intent to create a museum in the Faria House. The council raised expectations in the community that this was going to happen. The museum has raised tens of thousands of dollars because the council, several times, led the community to believe this project was going to be a partnership between the city and the museum. 4 of the current council members attended the last museum fundraising dinner in 2019. There were 240 people there. 240. If that doesn't demonstrate community support for a museum, I don't know what does. On June 15th, the council received public comments from some 70 people supporting a museum in the Faria House, and still you voted against it. The city paid an architect around $100,000 for renovation plans and a cost estimate for the Faria House, specifically for its use as a museum. That's the language in the contract. Why was that taxpayer money spent if the city did not intend for the Faria House to be the site of a history museum? Last year, Councilman Tave headed a council ad hoc committee that negotiated a lease agreement with the museum board, a lease prepared by the city attorney. And then Tave killed the deal by voting against an agreement he himself helped negotiate. Councilman Tave, you negotiated in bad faith on behalf of the city. Whose interests were you representing? Broken promises, bad faith. This is why people no longer trust their government. The Faria House is not a city asset, it's a liability, and it's deteriorating a bit more every year. Only by renovating it so it can be used will it become an asset. I know of no community that does not benefit by having a museum. A museum in the Faria House would be a source of civic pride and encourage downtown development. Now, it's just a political issue, and that's disgraceful.
Ms. Stone, are there additional comments?
Yes. Yes. We have Rafael Menace.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to begin by thanking the Council for expressing their trust in me by appointing me to the Pinole Planning Commission at the last meeting. I wasn't sure whether it would be appropriate to offer comments along that line after the time period for public comment was closed on that item. And of course, it would have been inappropriate for me to do so during the public comment time period on that item since the vote hadn't taken place yet. So again, I wanted to thank you all collectively and individually for your trust and let you know that I will strive to implement the general plan and to help make Pinole a better city for everyone within it. Secondly, I'd like to note that the state of California successfully carried out a recall election, the results of which have not yet been finalized, but the preliminary results of which tend to indicate that Governor Gavin Newsom was not in fact recalled. I'd like to thank everyone that voted in the recall election, no matter whether they voted yes or no on the first question, and no matter which candidates, if any at all, they voted for on the second question. Voting is a core part of our democracy, whether it's in a regularly scheduled election or especially when it's in an irregularly scheduled election like a recall often by necessity is. While there are flaws in the recall process, overall, I think it's better for us to be able to have votes and to be able to resolve our differences through free, fair, and transparent processes than to have less functional alternatives like mob violence. And finally, I'd like to note that as of Monday of this week, I believe we've made it up to over 88% vaccination of the eligible population in Pinole against the COVID-19 virus, which is fantastic. Back in June, we were closer to 60%. I certainly hope that by the time we get to December, we'll have made it all the way up to 90%, the point at which the county's data representation stops being able to display exact values accurately, depending on which age groups are made eligible for vaccination, and of course, the decisions of any individual persons who have not been vaccinated yet. This may be more or less likely, but given the increased virulence of the Delta variant, as I've said before and will undoubtedly say again, it's well worth everyone's time to be vaccinated, both for your own health and for the health of everyone around you. Thank you.
And now we have Igor Tregub.
Thank you so much, Mayor and members of the City Council. PG&E, SoCal Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric are lobbying the California Public Utilities Commission to make consumer solar twice as expensive as it is today. They want to take away your solar, your neighbor's solar, solar on your church, solar in the school to which you send your kids, and solar from your friend's farm. It is a profit grab to kill rooftop solar, one that would put solar out of reach for the working class just when it is taking off and becoming increasingly affordable and accessible to all. We ask that the Pinole City Council join a growing coalition to keep solar growing, grow it more equitably so millions more working class people can get solar, including renters, and make solar powered batteries more affordable so people can protect themselves from power outages. Climate change is real and it is here. Please pass a resolution that puts the city of Pinole on record joining nearly 400 other organizations, city councils, and elected officials to keep solar and storage growing at a time when it is needed the most. Thank you very much.
And now we have Debbie, no last name listed.
Hi, good evening. Tonight I'd like to thank Robert Maero for bringing to our attention that there was no flag on display for 9/11 at the Veterans Memorial Fountain in Fernandez Park. Evidently, he reached out to our mayor, Norma Martinez Rubin, along with additional community members to see that there was a flag placed at the site. Seeing an American flag flying above our Veterans Memorial should be expected, no different than seeing the American flag flying in front of our public safety building. There were many responses from the community, and thanks to Mr. Maero and the Veterans Memorial now has its flag. Surprisingly, our city manager was not aware of this memorial. While I understand he is a very busy man, I'd asked Mr. Murray to take the time to drive or walk through our city to ensure that he is familiar with all of Pinole's history. The Veteran Memorial Fountain is just one instance of why institutional knowledge can be invaluable, and too often its importance is downplayed. On the subject of institutional knowledge, I would challenge all council members to perhaps go back 10 years or more and speed read through some of the minutes of previous council meetings. They would have a better idea of what was done and why things may have been left undone. They might have a better understanding of the struggles that previous councils were up against, and they might understand that some of the current council goals aren't new ideas as put forward by members of this council. This current council is just in a unique position to move forward with previous ideas and goals of past councils and add some of their own flavor. Bike lanes, charging stations, recycled water, parks, and roads, to name a few, have been addressed for years. Either the funding wasn't there or the technology has changed, and you, the council, are now in an enviable position to move forward with these old, new ideas because the previous councils left you in a financial position to do so. And lastly, standing for the Pledge of Allegiance is my way of thanking the founders, the military, and the veterans for extending to us the freedoms that are a part of our daily lives. So Councilman Murphy, continue to express yourself as you see fit in not standing for the pledge. It is your right to do so, just as it is mine to point it out to the community.
Madam Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Thank you, everyone who submitted comments that are now posted on our website if they were submitted prior to the 3 p.m. deadline. And for those of you who were online, thank you for your patience in waiting for the council to return after closed session. Thank you for your comments. So we will move on to the next portion of our agenda tonight.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think
there was one more hand of the attendees, and then it was lowered.
Ms. Stone, can you check on that, please?
I am looking. I don't see a hand. Okay, a hand just popped up. 350 Contra Costa.
Okay, we're going to go back, and if we can have the timer on, as you ordinarily do. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lisa Jackson. I'm representing 350 Contra Costa. We're a climate advocacy group here in Contra Costa County. And like the other speaker just spoke about the resolutions that are being put forward by different councils in the area to support solar, we are looking to ask Pinole to do the same thing. We fully support the development of a resolution which will provide support to ensure solar is an option for all families in California going forward into the future. We're in a climate emergency, and there's moves within the PUC put forward by the energy companies right now to try and reduce the credits available on net metering, which will really disable rooftop solar for families and with the battery storage as well. So if there is resolutions that you could put forward as a council, it's greatly appreciated because we need all the groups like yourself to engage in this area and send the right message to California, to the California PUC, that this needs to be done. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, there looks like there are no more public comments.
Okay, I want to triple check on that in case we have some hands pop up before we move on.
No hands.
No hands. Okay, we are moving on. And thank you, Councilmember Towns, for noticing that earlier. Okay, so this afternoon or evening, actually, we have a proclamation. And the city will proclaim California Firefighters Memorial Day, as has been our practice as a council. Council members, you will join me, please, and let us queue up and bring up that proclamation. I will begin. Whereas the California Firefighters Memorial is a lasting tribute to the men and women who have given their lives to protect their fellow Californians. And
whereas the memorial, a brushed limestone memorial wall with the names of more than 1,400 California firefighters who have died in the line of duty since 1850, and 2 large bronze statues depicting firefighters in action, is located in Capitol Park, adjacent to the grounds of the California State Capitol in Sacramento. And
whereas the California Firefighter Memorial was unveiled on April 6, 2002, carrying the names of 855 fallen California firefighters. And since then, more than 500 names have been added to annual memorial ceremonies. And whereas the California Fire Foundation raised the money to construct the memorial and is responsible for its upkeep. And
whereas for the past 18 years, in the autumn of each year, the California Firefighters Memorial Ceremony has honored fallen firefighters and their families, providing an opportunity for firefighters and ordinary citizens to grieve and remember together. And whereas the annual ceremony honors individuals whose names are being added to the memorial wall, either from the previous year or from earlier years. And
whereas the city of Pinole has 2 of our own listed on the memorial wall, Richard Voicey for 2015 and Robert Ramos for 2020. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the sacrifice and dedication of California firefighters.
now, therefore, I, Norma Martinez Rubin, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby commend the California Fire Foundation and recognize September 25th, 2021, as the date of this year's annual California Firefighters Memorial Ceremony. Further, I encourage all citizens of the City of Pinole to honor the courage and commitment of California firefighters as they continue to face the challenges of ongoing wildfires. Thank you, council members, for joining me in proclaiming this memorial. And Fire Chief Chris Weinkoop, would you care to make comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for acknowledging via proclamation California Firefighter Memorial Day, which is recognized this year on Saturday, September 25th. You know, myriad polls have been taken over the decades asking various professionals how satisfied they are in their respective jobs. And almost invariably, firefighters rank among the highest as far as job satisfaction. And that has been my personal experience as well. Down to the person, I don't know a single firefighter who doesn't absolutely love their job. But every one of us also knows that this job comes with inherent risks. And those risks can manifest themselves in the immediate sense on scene of any structure fire, wildfire, freeway incident, hazardous materials incident, or rescue. But those same risks can also manifest themselves in the cumulative sense, over the long term, by way of repeated exposure to those very same incidents. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, firefighters have a shorter life expectancy than the average population and are 3 times more likely to die on the job, partly due to the aforementioned inherent risks, physical and mental stresses, and exposures to toxic and carcinogenic compounds released in smoke. We at the Pinole Fire Department appreciate the California Fire Foundation for establishing the California Firefighter Memorial Day and for building the memorial wall, which currently carries the names of more than 1,400 California fallen firefighters. But here in Pinole, we especially have a connection to the memorial because among those names are Pinole's own Rich Voicey and Bob Ramos, who many of you knew over their selfless careers in the Pinole Fire Department. Tonight, as well as on Saturday, September 25th, and always, we honor their sacrifice and the sacrifice of all who have died, either on duty or as a result of illness or injury directly related to their job. So again, Mayor and Council, in honor of Rich Voicey and Bob Ramos, and on behalf of their families as well as the Pinole Fire family, we thank you.
Thank you, Fire Chief Chris Weinpoop. Ms. Stone, are there any public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no public comments.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, and that is consent calendar. There are several matters under consent, and I will turn again to Ms. Stone to find out whether there are any public comments.
Yes, Mayor, there is so far one public comment, Rafael Menace.
And may we hear that, please?
Yes.
So for these items, I have comments more briefly on items D, E, and F. So the memoranda of understanding, and then some broader comments on item I, the fourth quarter financial report. So to start with item B, on page 84 of the agenda, it states that the memorandum of understanding is entered into this 4th day of November 2014. It seems like an error. I'm not going through and pointing out all the errors, but it seems like this one might possibly be significant, so I flagged it. Secondly, on page 103 of the agenda, I note that Juneteenth is not listed within the designated holidays, which seems odd because it is a federally designated holiday as of this year. On page 108, I note that the cost-sharing agreement continuing after expiration of MOU is struck, which I suppose is implied due to the specific time-focused changes in the cost-sharing agreement. But I have a question as to whether that means cost-sharing would sunset completely in 2023 if there was not a new memorandum of understanding agreed. On page 112, it looks like the prohibitions of discrimination were expanded pretty broadly, but it appears that political affiliation was removed. Is that the case? And then a question going across all of the agreements, it looks like the agency shop clauses have been struck universally. So is the city shifting over to an open shop agreement with all of the unions covered under the memoranda of understanding? And is this because of a change in state law or because of an agreement with each particular union? On page number 325, there's a note under review and analysis. Let's see, I think this might actually be under a different item than the 3Ds. Okay, this is item 8H, so I have a comment here as well. It notes that there's a removal of local hiring language and resolutions, and I was curious if there was a reason for this. And then finally, under I, to try and get through as much as I can in 40 seconds here, I noted that water and electricity utility costs were marked as significantly exceeding the revised budget. I'm curious as to why this would be the case because it seems like those costs would be relatively predictable. On page 524, it's noted that the rate stabilization fund was effectively established recently. So were there not excess revenues from 2013 to 2020? And then two particular questions. On page 532, I'd note that revenue is significantly higher than was originally anticipated because there was no revenue originally anticipated for the pension fund, either in the original budget or in the revised budget. So it seems, I'm curious as to why there was no estimate made before this point. And then one.
Okay, and the time for public comment was up, even after the last question. So, Mr. Menace, as you are well aware, you have very specific questions. You may direct them to staff following the meeting. As we have customarily heard from Mr. Menace, there are very specific questions that he has, but if staff was taking note on some of them, would you please respond to provide some explanation related to.
Mayor, this is City Clerk Iobu. I'm sorry, just because the Mr. Menace has comments on multiple items, can we allow him to finish his time?
Last question, Mr. Menace.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there was one last point that I had a question on. It looks like the Recognized Obligation Retirement Fund had a massive increase in revenues over the expected amount. And I'm curious as to what was the cause for that, whether it was property sales or some other cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to additional public comments, so we don't lose the point of those questions, staff, are there any responses you can provide now?
Sure, I'll invite Finance Director Guillory to respond to the questions she was able to note and that have, that she thinks would be of general interest or consequence. And then we'll ask Assistant City Manager De La Rosa to respond to the questions regarding the successor labor MOUs.
Yes, so the first question on the water utility, I will have to do some analysis on that to determine why it exceeded the budget by so much. We did note that water and electricity both exceeded budget across several departments as of year end. So we will do a thorough analysis on that and make sure that it's captured appropriately at mid-year so that we don't have the same issue for this current year's budget. So we can get back to you on that. For the excess revenues in the rate stabilization fund, yes, it's correct. The fund was recently created. However, we did go back and do an analysis to ensure that the excess funds from previous years were also moved over to the new rate stabilization fund. So that has been done. For Fund 700, which is on page 532, the pension fund. Because this is a trust fund, or what we call a fiduciary fund, we typically don't budget in the fund, and the revenue that you see there is for interest and investment income. However, we will review how we should approach that moving forward in terms of budgeting for the expected interest income. So we'll take a look at that. And then for Fund 750 on page 532, which is the Recognized Obligation Retirement Fund for the successor agency, what we did note is that the accounting is a little bit different than it was in the past. So in the previous years, we only see actuals of $250,000. That's the administrative component that the county provides to the city for the administration of the fund. And the 6.1 million and 5.9 million that you see there as far as budget and actuals, that is the actual property tax that is received by the city. The accounting was just done a little bit different from that. So the amounts are not that different. It's just that the accounting was done a little different, where we're actually showing the property tax assessment amounts, which in the past, we typically just showed the administrative costs. So we will correct that so that the trend line makes sense.
Thank you both. And hats off for being as prepared with responses to such specific questions. So thank you very much. Assistant City Manager De La Rosa, was there something that you wanted to make a comment about with a particular item G?
So there was a question with regards to the successor MOUs. If I can have Mr. Menace repeat that question, I would be happy to answer that.
So my question was, there were two questions with regards to the successor MOUs. With regards to fire in particular, I was wondering whether Juneteenth was included within the holidays covered under the MOU, since I saw it was noted down in the other agreements, but it didn't appear to be noted within the fire agreement. And more broadly across all three of the agreements, I noticed that the agency shop sections had been struck in their entirety. And I was wondering whether this was due to a conversion to an open shop model due to state law or just due to negotiated agreements with each of the bargaining agencies.
Okay, well, thank you. With regard to your first question about Juneteenth, as you know, negotiations with regards to the unions is a give and take. Proposals are submitted and we go back and forth with those proposals. And ultimately we end with a total tentative agreement on all the changes
City Manager De La Rosa, looks like you might have frozen or you're caught in thought. I know that you were having some connectivity issues earlier. I'm happy to take a shot at addressing those questions while you reconnect. So on the issue of the holidays are actually a negotiated benefit. There is a clause in some of our MOUs that stipulates that holidays that are federally recognized automatically become holidays for city employees. We actually don't uniformly follow that over the course of the years. There's been some trading through the negotiations process. So for instance, Columbus Day, I believe, is a federal holiday. It's not a holiday for city employees because they negotiated a different date as a holiday in lieu. So there has been some modifications to the explicit holidays we get, including with some units for Juneteenth, but it's a negotiated benefit, which is why it might appear in some MOUs and not others. And yes, it's my recollection that there's been a change in state law regarding the collection of union dues and the requirements related to agency versus open shops. So my recollection is that's a change to update the MOUs to be consistent with current state law. And happy, of course, as always, to receive questions, particularly really detailed questions in advance, and to also respond to them after council meetings if the member of the public's willing to send those to us.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Stone, are there additional public comments related to items on consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, no, there are no more public comments.
I will close the public comment period for consent calendar and turn to council to ask if there are any questions to staff about any of the items.
Madam Mayor, this is the city attorney. If I may, there was one additional question related to item 8H, and that was the revised specifications for the San Pablo Avenue Bridge project. The question related to the removal of the local hire provisions. And so I just wanted to quickly answer that so we could dispose of it. That particular project receives federal funding. So while we do have local hire preferences in our procurement policy and our standard specifications, federally funded projects don't allow for local hire requirements. So we had to remove that because this project is receiving federal funding. So that's why that language was removed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney Casha, for catching that omission on my part. I appreciate you all for having those multiple sets of ears to take, and also for you to take notes on the different questions. Mr. De La Rosa, you're back, and I think earlier City Manager helped with answering the questions, unless you had something else to add.
Well, I don't know with regards to the responses, and I apologize. I guess I had some internet problems. I will just address the last issue with the Janus. With an agency shop, there was a Janus case which basically nulled agency shops, and that's why the language was removed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for rounding that out. Okay, so now I will turn to the council for any questions related to matters on the consent calendar. Councilmember Murphy?
Sure, thank you. As I understand it, for item H, I just have a quick question, if that's okay. I wanted to make sure we are just clear with the public around where we are. We're updating revised plans and specifications for a rehabilitation on San Pablo, but to this point, we don't necessarily have the funding promised to us, correct? It's still in flux. Is that correct? I don't know who I should be asking that to, City Manager or the City Attorney?
Sure, I'll ask Nisha Carr, our Capital Projects Manager, to provide the background on that.
Sure.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure, sorry. So I just on item H, I know there's been some conversations, and I just wanted to clarify. what we're doing is we're adopting revised plans for, basically upgrades and rehabilitation for San Pablo Avenue, but we're revising the plans. Are we revising the plans for promised money, or are we still waiting for those funds to come in?
So two things. This item came to City Council before we needed to revise the specifications. The plans are as they were presented already, but before we bid this project out to meet federal funding requirements, the specifications had to be revised. So we do have an allocation of $586,000 from Caltrans for this project.
Okay, gotcha. And then the rest of the money is coming from the federal government?
The rest of the money is already programmed in the CIP, but simultaneously we responded to the congressman's solicitation for the $742,000, which would be earmarked in the infrastructure bill, but it is not guaranteed to us.
Okay, so it's not good. Okay, so what we're waiting for, as the staff report says, is the Invest Act to pass through the Senate and probably get signed.
So yes, if that bill is signed, we will receive that portion of funding for the project. But if it does not, we are still moving forward because we have deadlines for the federal funding that we did receive for the 586.
And what percentage of that is the budget, that the federal funding or the additional federal funding, I suppose?
So I believe we'll pull up the CIP if you give me a moment.
Sure. Thank you.
So the remainder of the project will be funded from Fund 377, which is our arterial rehab fund, which gets funded through Measure S, and that was approved in the capital improvement plan. But if we do end up receiving the 742, then we won't be using Fund 377.
Thank you. Go tell your congressman to support Invest Act. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Salimi, question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to let you know that I would have to abstain for item 8A. I was not present during the meeting, so I would not be able to vote on the minute where I was not here. Item 8A.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for more. Yes, Council Member Thomas, questions?
I'm ready to make a motion if there's no more questions.
Mayor, this is City Clerk Iopu. So we will need an announcement related to item 8G. I think Assistant City Manager De La Rosa can take care of that announcement. And then we'll need to pull item 8A for a separate vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the announcement can be made after the vote or right now?
Let's hear Assistant City Manager, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in accordance with SB 1436 and AB 1344, the city has to present to the council and the public an oral report summarizing the adjustment to executive employees. Executive employees in this case are classified as the city manager and the city clerk. So this report is merely to inform the council and the public that both the city clerk and the city manager are to receive a 3% cost of living adjustment effective July 5th, 2021, and is noted in the staff report under financial impact is the new salaries that they will receive. And that is the end of my report.
Hey, Madam Mayor, I move that consent.
One moment, Council Member Thomas. As our city clerk suggested, let's pull item 8A first before we hear the motion to continue.
That's what I was going to do in my motion.
Thank you.
I move that consent calendar items 8B through 8J.
I'll second. Be approved.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote.
Mayor Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Salimi,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave, Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank
and
you.
I'll move consent item 8A.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mayor, I'm sorry, pardon me. City Clerk Iopo, roll call vote again, please.
Mayor Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Salimi,
Abstain.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are past the consent calendar now, on to the next agenda item, and we do not have any public hearings tonight. As old business, we have a discussion to provide direction on installation of lights in street trees in Old Town during the winter holiday season. And we have a presentation by Mr. Joe Bingham. Is that correct? Okay, unmute and we will hear your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, our residents and guests. Public Works has submitted a staffing report to the City Council requesting a discussion and to provide direction regarding installation of lights on the street trees on San Pablo Avenue in the Old Town area and the adjacent streets for the winter season. If City Clerk Iopo could please post the PowerPoint. Thank you. Next slide. Last year, Public Works staff installed approximately 28 sets of lights on the trees in the Old Town section along San Pablo Avenue and the adjacent streets. On Exhibit A, those locations are designated as Phase 1 with the yellow dots. Phase 2, the red dots, Public Works staff installed a solar battery-powered type of light to try to include that section in the tree lighting. The installation was successful. Public Works had received several comments about from city staff, from members of the community, from the business owners in the area, that they liked the installation. They felt it added to the holiday season. They felt it made the downtown shopping area inviting. And there have been requests for Public Works to continue the installations in subsequent years. Basically, what we have, we want to propose, next slide please, the following activities for the installation. Last year, Public Works used a residential type of light on the trees, which did not have a great deal of durability. Many of those strands are not reusable, and it did not offer the Public Works staff flexibility in order to give the trees a full complement of lights. What Public Works proposes to do to enhance the installation is relocate the outlets in the trees that have electricity provided to them higher in the tree so that the lights can be run further up into the crowns of the trees and down the trunks, to use a commercial grade LED light that comes in segments. It also has adapters, and it allows the flexibility for a more customizable installation in each tree without having to waste a lot of areas of the light segments on a traditional light string. These are longer lasting, more durable light strings. Many of them have 100,000 hour lifespans. And these light segments can also be repaired and serviced just to the segment if it becomes damaged or vandalized, instead of the whole string being damaged and unusable. The lights on the commercial strings are more cost effective and efficient, and as I said before, they're customizable to be able to give a better installation for each tree. Next slide, please. What Public Works is requesting is a discussion and direction on the next steps that should be taken. The first question is if council would like Public Works to continue with the installation of the tree lights for the upcoming holiday season. The next question would be what area should those lights be installed in? The areas that we've already that we installed the demonstrations, or if they were to be expanded. What calendar period would council like to see the lights installed if that was the decision? Where should the placement on the tree should the lights be installed? Last year, we were limited to pretty much just the trunks. As many people noted, several of the areas just kind of looked like telephone poles. There were requests that the lights be carried farther up into the canopy, and with the commercial lights, it gives the Public Works staff flexibility to do that. And a question that was brought up as well is what color would be appropriate to install. Now, we installed clear lights last year. We had a lot of positive feedback on those clear lights. Clear lights pretty much go with just about anything. But there are options. There are other colors that could be installed. However, it should be taken into consideration that all of the light strings would have to be that color, and there really isn't the option to change out bulbs in the light strings. Next slide, please. Last year, the material to install the lights on the trees was about $2,300. The labor was about $7,700. And this year, with the upgrade to the commercial lights, I'm estimating that the installation on the lights that we installed a demonstration on last year is going to be approximately $3,000. We're proposing a more robust solar battery powered light for the lights that do not have electrical run to them, and that's the phase 2, the red dots on the exhibit. Labor will be about $10,000 because with the extension of the outlets, it's going to be a little more time consuming prepping the trees. But as I said, with the customizable ability of the light, commercial lights, the light installation should go a little quicker. And then additional parts for relocating the lights, we have to install new electrical outlets, conduit, wire, things like that. And that's where the $6,000 will come from. Public Works did talk to local area contractors and research the cost of running electricity to the phase 2 area. And the cost will be approximately $100,000 or more to run electrical outlets to those 7 trees in the phase 2 area. At this time, as I said, Public Works is researching a more robust solar battery type light for that area until a further discussion can be had on running electricity to those trees on the east end of San Pablo Avenue. Next slide. I appreciate your time, council's time, and listening to the to Public Works. I can entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bingham. I'm going to turn to, again, Ms. Stone to find out whether there are any public comments on this matter before turning to council for questions. Ms. Stone?
Madam Mayor, there are no public comments.
Okay, I will close the public comment period for this and turn to council. And I saw a virtual hand a bit ago. Let's see if I can get back to the screen where it was. I don't see any more, but please, oh, there. Okay, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you for the information. Right when I was going to say, what are the costs to all this? You had a cost budget. So thank you, or you had a budget for us. So my first question is just in regards to the cost. It seems like our costs are increasing every year. Do you anticipate cost increasing? Well, we've done this only 1 year, but it seems like the cost will be increasing this year if we do move forward as a council. So Mr. Brigham, do you anticipate increased costs next year, or do you anticipate decreased costs once we get the
It depends on what, Councilman, thank you for the question. It depends on the direction council would like to take. If we have to take the lights down and then reinstall them every year, the labor costs will probably be similar to what I've estimated. As far as the lights themselves, I anticipate a lower cost because these are supposed to be more durable lights that have a long life expectancy. They can be replaced in segments that drastically reduces the costs of having to replace lights. I guess one of the questions that council would need to discuss is if we do the installation, do we just leave them on the trees year round and make necessary repairs as needed, or do we remove the lights and reinstall them each season? Again, removing the lights and reinstalling, we would experience a similar labor cost every year, but I don't anticipate an increase in material costs. Especially the additional, what I had listed as the additional parts, that's really a one-time investment. Once we relocate those boxes, there is not a need for Public Works to relocate those every year.
And that actually is a great segue to my next question. You mentioned that you had done some discovery around potential electricians, which equated to $100,000. I'm not too sure about where our council stands in that realm, but I was wondering if you had done any discovery on models of other cities of our size, and maybe colleagues like yourself who've done this work. Have we looked at other cities' model, how much they're spending, whether they use red or white lights? Have you, I didn't see that in your presentation, so I'm wondering if we've used any examples from our neighboring cities or other cities not neighboring us.
Thank you, Councilman. I did not look into what other cities do in regards to light installations. I did research the cost that other cities spend to install electrical utilities, and that's where the 100,000 plus comes from. For instance, in San Jose, it costs roughly $3.6 million a mile to install electrical conduit of any size. In Berkeley, I think it was, I believe it was 2.3. There was a smaller city I looked in that was more the size of Pinole, and it was about $1.6 million a mile to install electrical conduit.
Yeah.
So the $100,000 plus is based off of that, and what was confirmed by the electricians that came out and walked the site with me. So roughly, the city of Pinole will be looking at installing about 600 feet of electrical conduit and wire to those trees on the east end of the San Pablo, and that's where the cost is based off of.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much, and I appreciate your knowledge and brain trust with regards to expansion of electricity. I was wondering, and just as a suggestion, it's also a question, if we can look at the model to answer some of those questions, and we can, I think we hopefully will give you direction and staff direction, but maybe thinking about looking at the models of what cities have done outside of expansion of electricity, but just wondering, like, you know, in my head, the dates, like you mentioned, I mean, basically all those factors you asked for our direction. Perhaps we can look into other cities, just what they do in terms of standardizing a practice. That would be helpful. So just a suggestion, and I think it would be great if maybe if our city manager maybe can circle back and just let us know about potential like use cases and how we can just kind of examine those and again standardize those. If Hercules is already doing this, it'd be great to align ourselves with our sister city, but I'm sure there's a bunch of cities out there who are doing some type of holiday tree lighting, and also, yes, I think that would be a great opportunity for us to just, you know, copy and paste. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I will look into your suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, questions for staff, Councilmember Tate?
For the presentation. You know, back when we started this, there was an anticipation for everyone to feel good, especially during COVID, can you guys hear me okay? Maybe that's better. So back when we started this, you know, we wanted everybody to really feel part of the holiday spirit or get that holiday spirit when they saw the lights, and I think it was achieved. I had a question around scale, right? Like, what kind of scale will this year look like compared to next? If you can give us a percentage of, well, it's going to be double the lighting or double the intensity. I mean, I'm trying to understand, is it going to be the same lights as we had before? And if not, how much, I guess, more lighting are we going to see?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. Our intention and our proposal is with these commercial grade lights to expand the light strings both up and down the tree more to give an enhanced, more robust lighting of the trees. And with the commercial light strings and the different adapters and the lights coming in segments, that would give Public Works the ability to expand the lights on the trees. And that's one of the questions we're asking for council is that what council desires is for Public Works to expand those light installations on more of the tree trunk and canopy.
So if I may just quickly, Mr. Bingaman, I think, so last year, for a variety of reasons, in part including that it was a pilot and some concerns about damage, unintentional or vandalism to the light strings that might disable an entire string, we covered just a portion of the trunk and not all that much of the canopy. And so I guess one question is, with this, the budget figures that are included, what portion of the canopy of a typical downtown tree is going to be lit? Are we talking about going all the way to the crown? Are we talking about going partway up the canopy? I think that might provide people with a sense of how much bigger the lighting is going to be this year.
Thank you, City Manager. The proposal is to go up into a higher portion of the canopy, maybe not all the way to the crown, because there are some trees that would pose issues trying to reach the top of the crown, but go up substantially farther into the canopies to give a more detailed appearance on the trees instead of just the straight trunks.
Great. I know that there's a linear footage of lighting used last time. How much do we anticipate increasing that?
From my
double, triple? I mean, not an actual linear footage, but what would you anticipate?
I was estimating an additional 1.5 times what we used last year.
Okay, thank you. So my next question was, and the city manager kind of alluded to it, was vandalism. Did we experience any vandalism last time?
We did.
And what was the cost associated with that?
The cost associated was Public Works staff time disconnecting the light strands that were damaged and replacing them with another full light strand.
So was it more $1,000, $2,000? I mean, just scale wise, I'm trying to figure out if we do 1.5 more times, what can we anticipate? And if we go the full year, what can we anticipate as potential costs associated with vandalism?
Thank you for the question. I don't think the vandalism was that much. It did not happen regularly. I trying to rely on my memory. I think we only had 5 or 6 instances of that. The cost saving with the lights that we're proposing is, instead of having to replace a 50-foot light strand and unwrapping the tree and rewrapping the tree, if there were damage to the commercial strands, they come in 8-foot sections, and so those sections can be disconnected, saving Public Works time of removing and reinstalling them.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I wanted to ask a couple more questions as far as the linear footage of expanding. I know it was along San Pablo, correct? More towards the bridge?
Correct, yeah.
And then how far into the bridge does, our bridge project, if there's a potential for us to add to maybe a conduit or two, does that reach that far back? And is it possible to work that into the scope of the larger project?
Thank you for the question. That would have to be researched. So the extent of the city trees on the east side of Pinole Valley Creek and Pinole Valley Road and Charles Street go down to just past East Bay Coffee. It's still probably 200 to 300 feet to the bridge. So the work on the bridge, I don't know if that would come that far down, and I'm not sure what the requirements would be for us to put something like that into the bridge project.
Okay, I mean, just an idea. And then I think I'm in favor of leaving on the tree all year. Maybe taking the trunk portion down instead of having to go up on the ladder, just to reduce vandalism if at all possible. But thank you for the presentation, and looking forward to discussing this with council.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see 2 virtual hands, and Councilmember Toms, you usually know the order of how they went up. So was it you before Mayor Pro Tem Salimi or Mayor Pro Tem Salimi?
No, Vincent is first.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem is first.
Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to what Councilmember Taves just asked, Joe, how many bulbs are you talking about? 20,000 bulbs? No, I'm just teasing here. That's not my question. I'm just giving you a hard time here. Now, my question is, PG&E has something called Rule 20A, and I believe last year we had something budgeted about $2.5 million related to Rule 20A that dedicates specifically a budget to the city to use that budget for underground utilities. Can we use Rule 20A from PG&E to be able to dedicate that $100,000 so it doesn't come from a general budget fund? I don't know if we can do that.
So I'm happy to jump in, Joe, if I may. The city has naturally accrues a certain amount of credits with PG&E based on ratepayers. The city can also acquire additional credits that it can use for Rule 28 undergrounding projects. The Rule 28, so we have expended all of our Rule 20A credits on the undergrounding that's happening on, that's just wrapping up on Upper Pinole Valley Road. And the Rule 20A program is being reconfigured, so it's not clear that there will ever be future funds related to Rule 20A in the future. So I don't know whether that'll be an option, but I know that I did make a note per Councilmember Tave's suggestion to consider whether utility undergrounding might be a possibility. My initial sense is the section of downtown we're talking about for these lights is far enough removed from the bridge that it's not going to be reconstructed as part of the bridge replacement, but I'm happy to pass that idea on to the capital project staff so that they can look into it when they're designing the specifications for that.
Thank you. That concludes my question. Otherwise, I'm ready to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Salimi. Now, Councilmember Thomas, your question.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Several questions and comments. I would prefer clear lights because if they're red or green, that could conflict with traffic signal lights for the driver. So clear lights. I would also be in favor of leaving the lights on throughout the year and taking off the lower section that comes around the trunk. As far as the calendar time, I would encourage us to have them set up the week of Thanksgiving. And then a question as far as, do we already have this in the budget?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. No, part of the request is that the money be set aside for this project. This is not already in the budget.
Okay, and then kind of a follow-up, I'd be in favor of budgeting for this, but then I think assistance to commercial areas might qualify for ARPA funds, but I would leave that to our discussions in October. So if we were to budget it from, say, general fund or one of the Measure S, and then switch it if it's appropriate, that might be a way to go. And that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. So one big question, and this might have you repeat again something you've presented, Mr. Bingham, is how we make more, standard is not the word, but equal amount of lighting for that far east end. Thinking about going through San Pablo last year, the lights that were available made it quite nice coming from the east side of town. It was quite noticeable, however, that there was a difference in amount of lighting. So is it only, how do we remedy that? How do we make an equal distribution of the glow, the amount of light that would be available, given the conditions that are there, which are different on the east part of San Pablo than the other?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I am currently researching a more robust battery-powered solar-type light. I really believe that the only way we're going to be able to enhance the lighting in the area is simply to put more of those type of lights in the tree. Unfortunately, we're very limited to what we'll be able to install in the tree, and we're not going to be able to match the illumination of the directly wired powered lights without having directly powered lights.
That makes sense. There's also a difference in distance between trees that doesn't help, right, illuminate that area. They're more sparse on the east part than they are farther down going west on San Pablo. So that's also something.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And that's quite unfortunate, which almost had me think, can we do something other than provide lighting beyond the trees because of that situation on the east part of San Pablo? Just putting it out there, because otherwise I think we're going to end up with a comparable situation as last year. So tell me again how we reduce the likelihood of vandalism, because I'm a little concerned about leaving these lights up year round, and I think I heard difference in comments about that.
Thank you, Mayor. The suggestions that have been made are to leave the lights up year round, but remove them from the lower trunk areas. So that would be approximately from Public Works proposal and relocating the outlet approximately 8 feet up in the tree. That would prevent people from just walking down the street from getting to the outlets. And if we were to remove the light strings from the relocated outlet down the trunk, that would minimize accidental or intentional damage to the lights.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Okay, and one last question, if I may. This is more a request of staff behind the scenes. Can you please have us see the questions that are going to guide the council to answer staff's questions and provide direction? There was a slide that had a number of different points on it that staff wanted to make sure we answered.
Mayor, I know that the broadcast team is having some difficulties. I don't know if they are able to go back. So let me just make this announcement to broadcast. Can you go back in the presentation to the slide that they're requesting? Thank you.
I think the next steps, there you go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we can all take a look at that. All right, and now there is a raised hand. Councilmember Tate.
Thank you. I just had a quick question to Councilmember Salimi. If we wanted more light, we would need more bulbs, right? Just asking. I mean, and we would need a count on those bulbs, right? Sorry, I had to throw that in.
Well, I appreciate this bit because it was getting a little less than exciting to talk about tree lights. And here we are talking about something that's presumably supposed to encourage our spirit of, holiday and excitement. And frankly, it wasn't feeling that way. So, okay, here we are at the next steps, and staff would like direction from us. Let's take a point at a time, whether to install lights in street trees in Old Town for the 2021 holiday season. Do we have consensus on that?
Yes.
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 Okay. In what areas of Old Town should tree lights be installed? And we saw a map earlier, so that map included what we know to be San Pablo plus other side streets. And Quinnen was one, Fernandez is another, and I believe parts of Tennant. Am I missing anything, Mr. Bingham?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay. Shall we keep those same areas? Were all those areas, did all those areas have lights in the trees last year?
Fernandez did not. Quinnen did not. Tennant did, from San Pablo down to the youth center, and from San Pablo up to Pear Street.
Okay. Well, and those, in a sense, we're covering Old Town, right? The classic Old Town as we know it, historic Old Town. So that would reinforce that notion that we're livening that up during the holidays. So, in what areas of Old Town should tree lights be installed? Should they be installed in the areas that appear on the map? Do we have consensus on that?
Ms. Mayor, I'd like to add that just the areas that are capable, the project lights, I'd like to leave out of that, and just light up what we did last year and any other lights that are easily accessible.
As opposed to having the areas that were identified on the map?
Yeah. Well, there was lights that were out that required work, and then there was the extension in San Pablo, right? The $1 million or $100,000 extension.
That's phase two, Councilmember.
Phase two,
Phase one, it's
Just what we did last year,
I think
right?
what the council mentioned is phase one.
Okay, very good.
Yes, but not phase two.
Okay, phase one, absolutely.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Are we correct on thinking that way, Mr. Bingham?
Yes, the phase two section, we lit those with a battery solar powered light last year, as the mayor had pointed out, and they were not as bright as the lights that have the direct power. As I said, I'm looking into more robust battery powered solar lights, but again, we aren't going to get the same illumination from whatever we put in the phase two area as we will in the directly wired tree wells. The phase two was a proposal simply to give the council information about the cost of what it would take to put hardwired electricity into those wells.
Thank you. Okay, so mine is the hardwired electricity into the wells, which are on the east side of San Pablo. Do we have consensus from the council about but having the lights in all the areas as indicated on the map?
Yes.
That includes phase two using solar or battery powered lights. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's what that proposal means.
Okay, then yes.
Sounds like the same as last year.
Yes.
So we have an improvement to last year because we're going to get those solar powered packs. Yes?
Yes.
No, so to clarify, we're talking about the same exact lights as last year. We're proposing higher grade commercial set of strands where we are able to use the outlets and tree wheels. We're proposing to continue to use solar and battery powered lights for the trees that we lit last year in that same fashion. We're going to be looking for brighter lights, and we'll consider other treatments to make them comparably bright to those that are electrically powered. But we're talking about the exact same footprint. We call those phase one and phase two because at one time we were exploring in greater depth extending outlets to some of the tree wells that don't have them. That's cost prohibitive at this point. So both phase one and phase two, as shown on the map, are things that were lit last year, and we're proposing to light the exact same trees in the same fashion this year. As I have heard the council express their opinion, it sounds like there's consensus for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to, during what calendar period should the lights be lit? So I heard various comments about year-round versus starting at another time. My thinking is that we definitely start at Thanksgiving and take through the new year. But that's different than year-round.
Your question is, Madam Mayor, if I may, can you clarify? There's a difference between leaving the light on, but only leaving the tree, lighting the light from Thanksgiving until Christmas. Is the question is, do we leave the light all year long? Or do we just let them from November until the end of the year? So can you please clarify?
No, I think you got it. I think you just asked the way we need to think about it. Are we talking about year-round calendar or only a certain portion of the calendar?
I would suggest that we go Thanksgiving till the middle of January.
And that's really the question that's being posed is, when do you want to see them lit? The question of whether we leave them in the tree canopies or not is really more of an operational question that I think Public Works is best suited to determine based on what it would cost to deinstall them, the risk of vandalism, and all that kind of stuff. So the question we're posing to council is, during what calendar period of the year should we light the lights?
Been answered.
Thank you. Okay, so one proposal is Thanksgiving to middle of January. I think middle of January covers a couple of other holidays as well, so that would be nice.
Do you know, Madam Mayor, I think the proposal that provided by Public Works showed us that removing the lights and having to put them back cost us anything between $10,000 to $20,000 every year. Is this correct?
This is a discussion of when the lights will be illuminated.
Yes, but
they'll remain in the trees, though, but just not turned on.
Okay, I hear you. And how much more would it cost to leave it on all year?
After research with the amount of lights and the quality and efficiency of the lights, it appears that it'll be between $30 and $40 a month to light all the trees.
So we are talking about $500 per year here. Why don't we just leave it on all night, all year long to help the city? $500. We'll be spending $10,000 to $20,000 on that project. Why don't we spend another $500 to make the night beautiful in Pinole?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's not that much more expensive. And then I'm hoping that it also, having the lights on year round, augments the creativity of all the businesses to do more than just celebrate during the holiday season. But remains to be seen. But yeah, I would favor year round if that cost is only additional $500.
I can go along with that.
Councilmember Murphy, you've got your hand up, and then followed by Councilmember Tate.
Thanks. I actually was going to inquire about the cost for leaving it up year round, so thank you so much. And given the cost estimates, I would be in support of leaving it all year round. I would say if there were ever a time where we were crunching numbers, I would love for us to standardize the practice in case we said no all year round to at least the first day of fall to the last day of winter of the calendar year. So in this case, it would be tomorrow. That would start. But, the day after, obviously the next year would be the day of fall and then the last day of winter by the calendar day.
Hey, thanks for those thoughts. Councilmember Tate?
Yeah, I was going to make the same kind of, along the same vein, if we had summer lights too, like if there's a way to do summer lights. But if we're doing this year round, I think that I'm definitely in favor of that. I would just ask how we expect, what do we expect as far as maintenance goes? Like, because the longer you run lights, the quicker they burn out. How much would this system, to revive it? Because what I don't want to see is delayed maintenance. Excuse me. If we have delayed maintenance, then we're going to have sections that are out throughout the whole thing, and it's not going to look as nice as we wanted it. So how quickly can we respond to some of these lights going out? Are we talking one? We're going to wait till 10 go out and then go fix them? What do you expect?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. That is why I encourage the commercial lights, because as I said, these lights come in 8-foot strands. They can be disconnected and reinstalled in those segments. We would adopt the policy of replacing those as soon as, I guess I should ask, what would be acceptable? How many lights on a string out would be? If we just have one light, does that reach the threshold of we want to replace the segment, or 5 lights out? Is that the threshold where we replace the segment? So that would be a question that we would need direction on.
Okay.
I do have to say, we kind of have some common maintenance and response standards. I don't think it's practical to get into too detailed a conversation about the service level of replacing lights, just because.
City manager, I'm just asking the question now, because having lights on for a full year means we're going to get a lot of phone calls if one light's out. So I just want us to collectively come to an understanding that if we see 20% of this out, that means, hey, we need to get to it. I'm just making a statement only because this could potentially turn into a lot of phone calls about lights being out downtown. Yeah, we had a few of them.
Right. So I appreciate that. I think so. I'm not aware of. There were no significant concerns regarding outages once the program was kind of fully installed last year. I would say we use our normal work order request processes. If there are concerns by members of the community that the lights are out and need to be fixed, please feed those into the normal Public Works work order. And if we learn over time that we're not meeting the community's expectations, we'll deal with that then. But I don't think we can establish a service level right now.
Okay, so we'll kind of play it by ear and revisit it. Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I hope people are as caring about other matters than they are about these lights, I tell you. But it'll give us something to be monitoring over time.
I think Councilmember Ted really wants to know how many bulbs we are talking about. 20,000.
I'm telling you, when people start calling, guys, I got a few calls. I'm just saying.
Let's find out. Yeah, let's find out. We'll keep it in mind. Staff,
please send it to me in the Public Works input line, and we'll take care of it.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy, did you have something specific to the matter of, I think it's 2.3?
Yeah, I do. I actually just wanted to say, given our direction tonight, I would love for, us to just, again, standardize a process and maybe even bring that back to the public. This is a program that is spending money. I hate to be mundane and say we need to keep talking about the lights, but I do think it would be great for the Old Town Pinole residents, business owners, but all of Pinoleans, honestly, to understand kind of what this program is doing, why it's important. And I thought that was pretty beneficial when we did the parks restroom policy. And we kind of standardized that. We had an official vote on it. I think it would be valuable given also kind of the history of how we've had kind of this up and down around who knows policies, who don't. And, I think it would just be beneficial for us to standardize this process and for it to come back to council as an official vote. I think tonight what we're voting on is direction, and we're going to have a motion on that. But just seeing again, messaging and also why this is important to our community, I think is very necessary. And I think it suited us very well when it came to the parks restroom policy.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so let's continue with the directions to staff, and then we'll come back finally, all of us understanding what it is that we decided tonight. Where on the tree trunks and canopy should the lights be installed? Personally, I would trust that Mr. Bingham knows about that. He knows trees, and he knows how electrical wires function on trees, and also you've heard the concerns about vandalism, so I'm going to leave it to staff on that. Any other comments, questions? All right, so we're trusting staff knows how to do this, or I think there were questions earlier, and we heard from Mr. Bingham about not having everything covered on the tree, but the interest on our part is to have as many trees that are available illuminated pretty equally. Okay, I'm going to move on. What color or type of light should be installed? We heard uniform color in the interest of not interfering with drivers' understanding of what color might mean, red, green, etc. So I would favor uniform color, meaning the basic white, classy little lights. Councilmember Murphy?
Yeah, I would favor white, and then just to be even more specific, I would favor the non-blinking lights, unless we're going to create some pattern. But I feel like just non-blinking are probably the best for the traffic.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't recommend blinking lights. Thank you for the suggestion, Councilman.
Okay, I see one virtual hand. Was that on the lights, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Yes. I have a question. If we were to go with colorful lights, would that colorful light also give us the option to just make it white?
Thank you for the question.
Because you do have an option to change colors on those colorful one. They change green, red, and then do we have the option also to turn them just white, just in case even in the future we have a special events like 9/11 and we want to make the trees look like the American flag, then we can turn it into different colors.
We would not have that option, Mayor Pro Tem. We would have to select a color to install.
Thank you. So in this situation, we'll leave it white, please. Non-blinking.
Thank you. That was a fun idea. We'll have it come up with something else for special occasions. Okay, I think we're covered through the different bullet statements that you have here, Mr. Bingham. Is there anything else that you need from us?
No, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate your time listening and discussing this.
Okay, we're looking forward to more illumination.
Thank you, Joe.
Word.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the next agenda item.
Joe.
And that is old business, and we've got two matters. I believe one of them is an overview of Senate Bill 1383 regarding short-lived climate pollutants. Okay, now we're getting into the hefty material here. Ms. Carr, presentation from you.
Hi, good evening. Mayor Martinez-Rubin, Mayor Pro Tem Salini, members of the City Council, city staff, and residents of Pinole. Tonight, I'll be providing an overview of Senate Bill 1383 regarding the reduction of short-lived climate pollutants. This is the most significant waste reduction mandate to be adopted in California in the last 30 years, and as a result has significant policy and legal implications for state and local governments. Next slide, please. So for the purposes of SB 1383, organic waste is defined as green waste, wood waste, food waste, but also includes fibers such as paper and cardboard. And organic waste makes up a large portion of our waste stream. Landfilling this waste leads to anaerobic breakdown, which ends up creating methane. And currently, landfills are responsible for 21% of the state's methane emissions. Organic waste in our landfills is a significant source of local air quality pollutants, and diverting these organic waste to recycling can significantly reduce our local air quality impacts. And we already see the effects of climate change with our longer droughts, warmer temperatures, our wildfires, storms, cyclical droughts. So SB 1383 was enacted to address climate change and is designed to reduce global warming gases like methane, which are most potent and short-lived. Next slide, please. So here we have an overview. SB 1383 establishes aggressive organic waste reduction targets. These targets are statewide, they're not jurisdiction specific. And this law builds upon mandatory commercial organics recycling law and requires Californians to reduce organic waste disposal by 75% in 2025. And additionally, by 2025, the regulations will aim to increase our edible food recovery by 20%. Next slide, please. So highlighted here on this slide are key dates for 1383 implementation and some milestones. This law, the targets, and the requirements of CalRecycle to adopt regulations were adopted back in September 2016. CalRecycle, as I'll mention them, is also known as California Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery. And CalRecycle conducted 2 years of informal hearings with local governments and stakeholders to develop the regulatory concepts. And they began their formal rulemaking back in January of 2019 and concluded in November 2020. The regulations will become enforceable in 2022, and jurisdictions must have their programs in place on January 1st of 2022. Later in 2024, jurisdictions will be required to take enforcement against non-compliant entities. And then in 2025, the state has a targeted 75% reduction in organics disposal and 20% increase in food recovery targets. So to meet the deadline on January 1st, 2022, CalRecycle expects that jurisdictions will be planning, making programmatic and budgetary decisions regarding the requirements. As I mentioned, the regulations take effect on January 1st of 2022 and require that jurisdictions provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses, establish edible food recovery programs for commercial edible food generators, conduct education and outreach to all affected parties, procure certain levels of compost, renewable gas, electricity, or in heating applications, that jurisdictions plan and secure access for recycling and edible food recovery capacity. I will go into more of these details in future slides, but I just want to mention that we'll be required to monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. The monitoring and education component will begin in 2022, but enforcement actions will start on January 1st of 2024. We will need to adopt an ordinance or some similarly enforceable mechanism that is consistent with all of the regulatory requirements prior to the January 1st, 2022 deadline. Next slide, please. So This law extends beyond directing waste management and recycling operations and staff. Each department will need to understand how these regulations impact their work. Record keeping and reporting requirements will extend to all departments, and our jurisdiction leaders will play a vital role in ensuring compliance. So City Council will need to pass some enforceable mechanism, review policy documents, make some changes. The City Manager's Office will be involved in capacity planning as they have been. Finance and legal staff will be involved for local enforcement ordinances, and so on and so forth. Public Works will be involved with hauler agreements, tasked with directing procurement of recycled products, and overall implementation of 1383. The park staff may be involved in assessing the need for local compost application to parks and city landscape areas, and our code enforcement may be involved in enforcing our enforceable mechanisms. These are just some examples. Next slide, please. So the most basic element of the regulation is that jurisdictions are required to provide organic waste collection service to each of their residents and businesses. Each resident and business must subscribe to organic waste collection service. Either that source separates, which means there's separate bins for the waste, or transports all unsegregated waste to a facility that recovers 75% of the organic content from the system. This is a mandatory collection service. So instead of relying on the businesses and residents to opt in, 1383 requires that this service is mandatory. So as such, jurisdictions need to have enforceable requirements on haulers that collect the organic waste in the jurisdiction, as well as for commercial and residential generators and self-haulers. There are also container labeling requirements and contamination monitoring requirements. And on a case-by-case basis, a jurisdiction may exempt individual businesses from these waste recycling requirements. There's a lot of detail regarding the types of allowable collection programs. These are just the high-level requirements. Next slide, please. So I've made reference to the edible food recovery program. Jurisdictions are responsible to implement this food recovery program in the community. This means identifying commercial edible food generators that have a location here, building and strengthening the relationship between the generators and food recovery organizations, requiring certain businesses to send a maximum amount of edible food that they would otherwise dispose of to recovery organizations. And 1383 places these generators in two tiers, tier 1 and 2, allowing businesses and jurisdictions the time to expand and build new infrastructure and the capacity to donate foods that are harder to safely store and transport. Tier 1 donors will be required to send their surplus food to food organizations as early as January 1st, 2022. And these donors are mostly wholesale food vendors, food service providers, distributors, grocery stores that have facilities occupying more than 10,000 square feet. And there's some supermarkets that have like a revenue cap. These businesses are ones that have more produce, fresh grocery, shelf-stable foods to donate. Tier 2 will have more prepared foods to donate and will require more careful handling, and they'll be required to send their surplus food to food organizations in 2024. So overall, jurisdictions are responsible for implementing an enforcement and inspection program to verify that the commercial edible food generators have a contract or some written agreement for edible food recovery, and that the generator is maintaining these records of their food donation activities. Next slide, please. So another component is that jurisdictions must conduct education and outreach to all businesses and residents regarding collection service requirements, contamination standards, any self-hauler requirements, and overall compliance with 1383. And education and outreach to our commercial edible food generators regarding their donation requirements and available food recovery organizations. The educational materials that we provide must be linguistically accessible to our non-English speaking residents, and we must provide print or electronic communication, and we can supplement that communication with direct contact. Next slide, please. Another component is that each jurisdiction will have a minimum procurement target that's established by CalRecycle. It'll be done annually. Currently, based on CalRecycle guidelines, Pinole's target is about 1,600 tons. we can decide what mix of compost, mulch, biomass-derived electricity, or renewable gas that we want to use to meet this target. So we can, for example, use compost or mulch for erosion control, amending our soil, covering our parks and open spaces, or doing giveaways. Renewable gas can be used to fuel our fleet. We are also required to procure recycled content paper when it's available at the same price or less than virgin material. And that procured paper content must meet recyclability guidelines. Essentially, they just need to be, the paper needs to be recyclable. Next slide, please. So by January 1st of 2022, jurisdictions are required to have an enforcement mechanism by the means of an ordinance, but they're not required to enforce until 2024. Between January 2022 and December of 2023, jurisdictions will need to identify businesses in violation and provide educational material to those generators. The focus during the first 2 years is really on educating the generators. The goal is to make sure that every generator has had an opportunity to comply before mandatory jurisdiction enforcement comes into effect in 2024. So really the regulations allow for 2 years of education and compliance. But after January of 2024, jurisdictions will need to take progressive enforcement against organic waste generators that are not in compliance. But the whole goal is that an early, robust education program will minimize the amount of future enforcement action that's needed. Next slide, please. So while we're meeting these guidelines, we'll have to maintain all information on what's called an implementation record. Many sections require some minimal level of record keeping, such as our ordinance, contracts, or franchise agreements. The graphic here is just a snapshot of items that we need to keep track of in our implementation record that CalRecycle may want to review. We'll need to store this in one central location. It could be a physical or electronic record. It needs to be retained for 5 years and must be accessible to CalRecycle within 10 business days of their request. Next slide, please. So our next steps really are focused on adopting an enforceable mechanism. Staff recommends amending Chapter 8.08 of our solid waste in our municipal code so that we can create a comprehensive location in our municipal code as it relates to our solid waste and all the provisions in 1383. We plan on returning to council in October and November for the first and second reading of the proposed amendments related to the implementation of 1383. The city is also a member agency of the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority. We often refer to them as Recycle More. Recycle More is a regional joint powers agency that's created by our neighboring cities of El Cerrito, Hercules, Pinole, Richmond, San Pablo, and Contra Costa County. And they already operate certain programs on our behalf and other member agencies, including providing education to businesses and residents regarding recycling, composting, and other methods of waste diversion, as well as conducting and preparing and submitting all of our monitoring and reporting to CalRecycle pursuant to the Integrated Waste Management Act, AB 939. And since the adoption of 1383 regulations, city staff has been working with Recycle More, CalRecycle, Republic Services, formerly known as Richmond Sanitary Service, who's our hauler, to work out our roles and responsibilities. Recycle More has created a draft agreement between itself and its member cities that specifies each party's responsibilities. And the goal is that the agreement will formalize some of the responsibilities which are listed in your agenda packet. We also have a franchise agreement with Republic Services, which gives Republic Services the exclusive right to collect and dispose of all solid waste in the city. That franchise agreement is through 2025. We may consider an amendment to this agreement or another type of agreement to formalize the responsibilities that Republic Services will carry out in relation to SB 1383. We will also need to update our procurement policy to include the annual procurement of recovered organic waste products, the compost, the mulch, renewable gas that I mentioned, and including the purchase of paper products that are recycled. We will also need internally to document and provide ongoing verification of these purchases for 1383 compliance. So over the next several months, we'll continue to work to meet the provisions within the prescribed deadlines. We will continue with the review of a draft ordinance, our policy documents. This will include meetings with our hauler, Republic Services, as well as Recycle More, to continue to refine some of these compliance responsibilities, establishment of our enforcement procedures, and then steps to meet our procurement target of recovered organic waste. Lastly, I want to mention SB 619. This legislation was introduced earlier this year that allows local jurisdictions that are having a hard time and facing continuing violations of non-compliance during the 2022 calendar year to request Cal Recycle to waive penalties for the jurisdiction if that jurisdiction implements a remedy plan. This bill is now on the governor's desk for consideration. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carr, for your presentation. Quite thorough, lots of work that has been done. Thanks to the team for doing that and putting in place some of the activities that we will be privy to in forthcoming months, namely related to that ordinance that we will be having a hearing to help implement this. So I'm going to first turn to, again, Ms. Stone to find out whether there are any public comments on this item, and then come back to council for any questions. Ms. Stone?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a public comment from Rafael Menes.
Greetings again. So for this particular item, I've got some questions about timing, because looking at the agenda packet on page 542, it says the final rulemaking was completed by Cal Recycle on November 3rd of 2020. And then later on, I believe it's March 17th, that the SB 1383 preparedness report was finished by Recycle More. And we're just starting to see this in late September, and it's going to require apparently at least one, possibly several ordinances to be adopted, which will take multiple council meetings worth of time. So I'm curious as to why this item was scheduled at this point rather than earlier, once the Recycle More final report on SB 1383 preparedness was finished. Was it just that Recycle More didn't release that information to the city of Pinole until relatively recently, or was it that based on the city's estimates, there will be sufficient time to go through all of the numerous steps associated with coming into compliance with this law and the various changes that need to be made to city ordinances and regulations in order to come into effect of it? Therefore, it would not cause harm to address this at this point in time. So, yeah, that's my main question on this, just with regards to timing. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, checking for any additional hands that might have gone up since I asked. Ms. Stone, any other public comments on this matter?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. I'll close the public comment period and turn to council for questions to Ms. Carr. I don't see any hands up. So, Ms. Carr, would you kindly respond to Mr. Menes's question related to timing?
Sure. In terms of when the preparedness report was done and provided to us, behind the scenes, there was a draft ordinance that was also prepared, which took some time because Recycle More works on behalf of all of the member cities. All of the member cities don't have the same hauler, for example. So in terms of developing the draft ordinance, that took some time. And then behind the scenes, in terms of determining who's going to take what piece of this, and Recycle More working with the county and other waste authorities to create like a regional edible food recovery network. Those kinds of things took some time. It is our expectation that we will have what we need to be in place so that we are in compliance on January 1st of 2022.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Carr, Councilmember Tate?
Yeah, I had a couple questions about enforcement. I think right now, and this kind of plays on the methane gas component. A lot of that is monitored by Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Is that correct? And why is the state requiring a local agency to try to capture that data? Or you know what I mean? Like, why are they regulating here and not the regulation going to Bay Area Air Quality Management District? Or what role do they play into this?
I'm not sure of the role that they play, but these targets are statewide, so it's more of a prescriptive approach on what Cal Recycle expects each jurisdiction to do so that they are able to meet those targets.
And the next question I had was, in the R3 report, our wastewater plant wasn't included, which is one of our highest methane generating components. I'm trying to figure out, are those two things separate, or are they going to be counted the same, at which point we have these larger goals that we need to meet?
So R3 did not focus on the wastewater treatment plant because the way the law is written, it's not jurisdiction specific, as in, Cal Recycle didn't look at Pinole and see, most of the methane is emitted from the wastewater treatment plant. Instead, every jurisdiction has the same requirements. The only thing that's different is the tons for the procurement, because that's based on a population target. Again, these are all statewide goals and nothing really specific to Pinole.
So if I may add to that, that's quite a different take than the original Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989, where it said that jurisdictions had flexibility in determining how they would achieve their required reductions. This is much more, as Ms. Carr mentioned, prescriptive. So we are going to be measured against whether we meet the implementation requirements of the required program elements. They're not going to be looking at how much methane is being generated by Pinole. They're going to be determining whether we have implemented the programs that they're requiring. So it's a lot more prescriptive. There's less latitude for the cities in determining what approaches they're going to take.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very detailed. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kara, for I always appreciate your expertise on these issues, and I really thank you for your in-detail presentation. I thought it was incredibly helpful, and I'm appreciative of this conversation. I think I'm probably too excited to talk about compost and waste, probably more than lights. But I do have a few questions with regards to both your presentation and things that kind of came up into my head. A couple of questions are in regards to just process planning. So I serve on the Environmental Quality Committee for California League of Cities. So we've had a number of roundtable discussions, particularly about SB 1383 and this issue. So some of these questions have come up from discussions from other cities who have kind of taken their own stab at like action plans and really just trying to be ahead of the game in terms of compliance to SB 1383 law. I've heard and have understood that some cities have used their wastewater treatment plants to facilitate a process for pre-treated organic waste. That would be basically that organic waste would change into renewable energy and possibly be sold again. Is that something that we're looking into since we have a wastewater treatment plant? Has that been a discussion at all?
That has not been a discussion at this point.
Okay.
It is definitely something we can get back to you on.
Okay, great. Yes, I think that would be great. And I would love to know more about that process too. So I know we're having some follow-up conversations in terms of ordinances, but it would be great to understand, even I'm sure the public would probably appreciate like understanding what that process is like, not getting too much into the science, because I'm sure it's very, very technical, but just broadly, I mean, I think it's such a value that we do have a wastewater treatment plant, but I think now knowing this opportunity of expansion of that and what that can mean in terms of following laws like SB 1383. We've talked about recycled water on this council. So it would just be it would be of interest to me to understand a little bit more about what's possible, particularly in compliance with SB 1383. So I look forward to that conversation. Lots of talk about enforcement. And I appreciate it because as an environmentalist, I see this as a very important issue for our town in terms of maintaining our clean air and also educating our public around sustainability. And last meeting, we talked a little bit about the need to push for sustainability education in our town. But I'm wondering a little bit less about the enforcement because I think that's always we always jump ship to enforcement. And I'm wondering what are some ideas or thoughts you have around like how cities are pushing incentives to encourage participation?
We have not, at this point, have had any discussion regarding any incentives. But that is something that we can also look into.
Sure. Yeah. And I think that would be a great opportunity maybe with the ordinance. I know we're in initial conversation. So I was just wondering if there had been some initial conversations around like the incentive side. And I have had this conversation several times, but also I've seen some of our WICMA meetings, and I think there's a lot of conversation about enforcement, not enough about incentives and like getting people and commercial owners, I guess, to think about ways that we can encourage, right, the education of this law, but also just the opportunities it presents in terms of our community. And to that same degree,
recording stopped.
I don't know if I should continue or the recording stopped. So I'm just making sure it's.
Can we get some input from our PCTV staff about? We just
the Zoom meeting stopped recording. We are still broadcasting.
Mayor, I think you're breaking.
This meeting.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back. Just to make sure, Mr. Snell, are we back on? Our city clerk, Iopu?
We appear to be.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. As far as I can see, we're recording, and I haven't had word of an interruption of broadcast, but I'll double check on that as you continue.
Okay, for sure. I'll just continue. I was just going to mention to that same degree, it would be interesting to know in terms of enforcement, who do we, and maybe this is a harsh question, but who do we assume is not going to follow the law in our community? I think that goes back to the incentives. If we know who we think is not going to follow the law, maybe we can provide better incentives for that target population or community. So I just have a broad question there and would love some follow-up at some point. Doesn't have to be now, but that just got me thinking. Ms. Kerr, I know you were very involved in helping us really as a staff member in terms of our trash capture program with the big solar bins. I was wondering how this program aligns with that program. Have we kind of thought about those opportunities together? Would we be compliant even if we have those bins? I just wanted to make sure.
We would not be complying. And I also want to reflect on the comment that you made about enforcement. I know that's something that keeps on coming up, like you said, in the Recycle More conversations, because at this point, the focus is really on who's going to do what. Are we going to be collecting the penalty fees and just getting a notice of violation from Recycle More, or is it going to be vice versa? And so at this point, we don't have a list of who we think isn't going to comply. So you know, that hasn't been looked into. But as it relates to the trash capture devices, I don't know that would satisfy any requirement of 1383.
Okay. Does that mean we should reconsider that program? Or I just wanted to clarify. I guess my question is probably not clear either. So I just want to, I'm basically asking, by starting that program up, which we haven't started, but we've funded and we've worked through those kind of recommendations, would that be a non-compliant program with SB 1383, if I'm understanding it correctly?
So if I'm understanding correctly, you're referencing the solar trash bins that we're going to be installing at city parks. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be a separate effort by the city. It has no bearing on 1383 compliance. It wouldn't make us non-compliant, and it wouldn't make us compliant either. I don't. I don't think I've read anything as it relates to that, but I will double check.
Okay, I was just making sure. And I was wondering if those programs in some way can align as well. In my head, I'm thinking in a small way, I know the big solar bins coming up will have opportunities for I I guess, posters. We can like put posters there just to say like keep our community clean. But I'm wondering if there's any other alignment that I don't know about, maybe that we can consider. And I'm looking forward to that program, the big solar bins, and I'm definitely looking forward to being compliant in terms of this new law. So my last two questions are really about our reporting and metrics. So we've talked a little bit about like the importance of that reporting. We're going to be asked by Cal Recycle, how often do you see this council being updated about the progress and metrics about, specifically about Pinole? Should we be expecting that from city staff, or should we expect that from, where should we expect that kind of conversation?
If you're talking about in terms of what our reporting and record keeping will look like for 1383, if it's council's wish to receive that report, similar to what we would be providing Cal Recycle. In this case, if we elect to enter into a MOU with Recycle More, they already do some of our compliance and all of our reporting to Cal Recycle. But if it was the council's desire that we share that information here at council, we could do that as well.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that would be great, especially possibly more likely in the first year, maybe even quarterly. I think that would be valuable. So thank you. And then a last question I just had was regards to just our staffing. I know this is a big uptake, cities. One of the reasons why cities kind of supported SB 619 was really just like the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic. When this original law of SB 1383 was passed, there was no pandemic. It wasn't as severe right now. And I'm just wondering about the both transitions within our staff here in City Hall. I also know this is a huge uptake. I think it is very important for our community. But I also know with importance and urgency comes the need for more staff. And I'm just wondering if the city staff, including yourself, feel confident about our staff capacity to be and enact compliance with SB 1383.
So we've discussed this internally. I'm gonna let City Manager Murray address this question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think, so we're in a little bit of an unusual situation because we are members of a JPA that pre-1383 was responsible for undertaking certain activities that will now help us comply. And so there's more of a assessment and assignment of responsibilities that we're going through. So I think that hasn't all been settled. I also think we're trying to still make final determinations about what level of effort is going to be required. So I think, frankly, it's a little bit uncertain, and we'll need to see what can be negotiated between the city, Recycle More, and Republic about who's going to do what. There are, they each have different funding mechanisms that provide them with some financial capacity to do some of undertake some of the requirements. So I think it's yet to be seen.
Well, if you need anything, we're here. No, but in all honesty, I think, like I said, this is so urgent and incredibly important, not just to our community and also California, but I think this conversation around composting and methane reduction is obviously an important thing in terms of the globe, right? We talked about that last council meeting about greenhouse gas emissions and methane being one of the most important contributors to climate change. So I would certainly love and open a conversation up for the need specifically for staff time or staff expansion around sustainability efforts like SB 1383 compliance, but we've talked about a number of issues on this council. So I just wanted to, of course, ask that more frankly. But again, I would love to open that conversation up if you all feel the need to. So thank you again, and thanks for all your work.
Yeah, if I may add a final thought on that, I think we're in better shape than some other jurisdictions that don't have a resource like Recycle More because it has a funding source. So we're not assuming all the burden for enforcement and education. But as you noted, I think the council has expressed interest in a broader array and greater depth in environmental initiatives than perhaps the city has engaged in recently. So yes, I appreciate that will be a necessary open conversation about how we'll be able to expand some of our programs.
Thanks again.
So I'd like to make sure that we continually have Recycle More make available on a regional basis, and then in a way that we can customize to Pinole whatever informational, educational materials are going to be produced, whether those are developed for the businesses commercially for that group of individuals that will help comply with 1383. And then there's also the general public. I've had conversations with our government affairs representative from Republic Services, specifically to ask about their support, that organization's support in helping us produce content to be used on and broadcast on PCTV, for example. And the response is, well, we are a GPA and we have to do things regionally. So with this, I am pleased to hear that on a regional level have stemmed a number of activities already in support of where we are here in Pinole, as was presented. However, asking specifically, continually specifically, and this will be a charge and a request to you, Councilmember Tave, because you represent us on Recycle More, and then whoever gets that assignment come next year, to make available whatever whatever materials are produced, whether they're for broadcast or for distribution to the public. One can't minimize the costs associated with even producing those materials. I mean, we think about right now, 1383 aside, just again, general litter, and how much more we could have available to create and enhance the messages now beyond the voluntary activities that our residents take on to help us with that aspect of Pinole. Now we have another set of behaviors, both for the businesses as well as for the public. And so, again, whatever help we can get regionally would be absolutely welcomed. And my request then is for staff's ears and eyes open to whenever there are opportunities for us to take up and use, so that we don't recreate the wheel, as is said, but to enhance whatever is available on a regional basis that could be customized for Pinole. And that's for the educational component that starts a few months from now. So thank you. Okay, I see a virtual hand, Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, and I just want to add to that 1383 has been somewhat of a moving target that we all knew about at the regional level. Pinole does join or belong to a JPA, so we have to know that the information starts with the JPA and then is funneled down to the city manager and to the city engineer. I'll be working with the city manager to make sure that we can get the information disseminated out to everybody a little bit more formally. I think that we also had that turn of 619, right? So there's a lot of lobbying, a lot of activity going on at the state level, trying to understand how to translate SB 1383 down to local agencies. So it is a complex issue, but we'll make sure to get some more of that information out to everybody.
Thank you. Okay, this was presentation by Ms. Carr was for us to receive. And thank you again for all your preparation for this. You do have your virtual handout, Ms. Carr. Was there something else that you wanted to share with us?
I was going to mention that Recycle More is in the process of creating their website or recreating their website and developing materials. And once the content is developed, a section of our website will also link to that material. So as it becomes available, we'll be able to share everything that we receive.
That'll be helpful, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, if I could, Ms. Carr, thank you, because the website was really bad. And when I got on there, getting information, just simply minutes and agendas. We have a new executive director. I mean, there's a lot of work that's been going on at that level to kind of shore up Recycle More and the Wickable Board. So I just wanted to add that we are starting to get some traction as far as disseminating information out. It was a problem in the past.
Well, good news then. Thank you. We'll take it. All right. Thank you, Ms. Carr, and thank you, Council, for your engagement on this topic. Shall we move on to the next agenda item? Under new business, we have a second matter, and that is discussion of the city's participation in United Against Hate Week, which is going to be held in November, and possible direction to staff. And to discuss and provide direction, we'll get a start from a presentation by Assistant City Manager De La Rosa.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. I'm actually going to have our Recreation Coordinator, Maria Picasso, address this matter for the council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. At the August 17th meeting, the City Council approved a future agenda item to discuss the city's participation in United Against Hate Week. The attached staff report includes a number of ways that the city can participate in United Against Hate Week. To highlight a few, the City Council can adopt a resolution, a proclamation recognizing United Against Hate Week. Staff can print and distribute Pinole Stands United Against Hate posters. Staff and the City Council can add an email signature message as detailed in the staff report. Staff is seeking council's direction and discussion on this item. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can add a couple of items.
Of course, of course.
We will be celebrating National Night Out, and during that event, we will be handing out some flyers for the public as an early start to United Against Hate Week. So we ask that citizens participate and take a
Oh no, Mr. De La Rosa froze again, right in the middle of a sentence where we're asking the public to participate somehow. As City Manager Murray, can you pinch it here?
Yeah, and Ms. Picasso, please jump in if you would like. So I think what Assistant City Manager De La Rosa was communicating was that we, city staff, if so directed and approved by council, intends to print a batch of Pinole United Against Hate posters for dissemination to the public, including at National Night Out Week, which will be celebrated in Pinole on October 5th. So, and those posters will be disseminated at other locations if that's council approves that and is willing to allocate the money for that. Ms. Picasso, did I miss anything in that?
Nope, that's correct. That's what we had discussed, that we'll have them available during the event.
Thank you. Thank you all. I hope Assistant City Manager comes back. It's unfortunate that he, those technical problems and he freezing. So, Ms. Picasso, first of all, thank you for being here with us. I don't believe you have joined us as a presenter during our council meeting, so it's great to see you. Thank you. A lot of activities are conducted under your direction in the Recreation Department, and certainly United Against Hate Week falls under that. And in particular, thanks staff for outlining some relatively simple activities that can be conducted that the city has not, and perhaps this would be the beginning of ongoing years. For the public who may not be aware of United Against Hate Week, could you please elaborate a little bit based on what your staff report reads as to what this is about and its existence in the Bay Area? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me. United Against Hate Week is a campaign bringing together different cities, school districts, and civic organizations to establish a network of support and resources in the community. So this started in 2017, just with a simple poster that was printed, to stand for those cities to take a stand. So this bill started in Berkeley and San Francisco, and it was a response to months of various hate groups and protesting that was going on. So this poster spread throughout the community, and then it started spreading into all over the state, and it started going throughout the country. So now this is a week that is recognized, and different groups participate and implement different activities in their community.
Thank you. And Mr. De La Rosa is back. I'm not sure if you're frozen or not. Oh, I see a smile, so you're unfrozen. Did you want to put a cap on that or add anything more, please?
I know. I think Maria covered it all. I was just going to mention that the night of, and it's throwing me off right now.
October 5th? National
October
Night Out?
5th. Yes, thank you. We will have a station located at the event so that we can participate and hand out posters on United Against Hate Week.
Thank you. Okay, so there are some hands raised, but before we go to council, may I please find out whether there are any public comments on this, Ms. Stone?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have a couple of public comments. We'll first hear from Rafael Menace.
Thank you.
So, speaking on behalf of both myself and the Pinole Progressive Alliance on this item, we strongly support the City of Pinole participating in United Against Hate Week in all the ways discussed within this staff report. We feel like bigotry and hatred are something that we should oppose both as individuals and as collective organizations, including a city. It has no place in our city, and more broadly throughout the region, we've seen increased rates of hate crimes against Asian American and Pacific Islander groups in particular since the beginning of 2020. And I think it's important that everyone in Pinole from all ethnic backgrounds know that the city stands with them against people who hate them and would seek to degrade them or physically attack them because of who they are, because of their race or ethnicity or color. Spreading and attacking people based on bigotry and hatred is unacceptable. And I believe, and the Pinole Progressive Alliance believes, that the city should do everything within its power to make it abundantly clear that we are united against hate, that bigotry is not welcome in Pinole, that hate crimes and attacks on our communities are not welcome in Pinole. Because ultimately, hate crimes aren't just an attack on members of the particular group that's targeted. They're an attack on all of us. They're an attack on our civil society. They're an attack on the integration of our community, trying to divide us up into different camps by identity and trying to place one of those identities above the others. And that causes harm to our community, and we should oppose it. That's why I'm urging the council, both on my own behalf and on behalf of the Pinole Progressive Alliance, to support United Against Hate Week in the ways that the staff report states and as fully as it sees possible. Thank you.
We also have a public comment from Cameron Sasai.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cameron Sasai, and I'm a lifelong resident of Pinole. I would like to speak on item 11B and vocalize my support in our city participating in the United Against Hate Week in November. I would also like to applaud Mr. Menace's comment and say that I agree 100% with him in his thoughts. As much as I appreciate our council taking events such as these into consideration, I would like to point to this as an opportunity to make it clear that our City Council, despite their proclamation on April 20 of this year in support of our Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, has not quite stood by their commitment to supporting and protecting the AAPI community in Pinole. State data shows us that through the pandemic in California, we have seen a 107% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes and an 88% increase in anti-Black hate crimes. An approximate total of 1,226 anti-Asian hate crime incidents took place in California, and 708 of these incidents took place in the Bay Area alone. And so to turn a blind eye and assume that hate crimes are not happening or could not happen in Pinole implies that our leadership believes our city is a bubble that is immune to racism. Going forward in the lead up to the United Against Hate Week, I would like to see a more robust discussion about hate crime prevention. More importantly, I would like us to go beyond the conversation and implement concrete solutions to the ongoing epidemic of hate that has disproportionately hurt our Asian and Black communities during this time. This could include a holistic review of our PD's practices for documenting hate crimes, more communication to the public about resources to report hate crimes, community outreach events specifically for the Asian and Black communities, and possibly the development of a task force or commission that can act as a non-police body to collect hate crime reports, acting as a liaison to the PD and recommending policy changes that can enhance our handling of these crimes. For many, this past year and a half wasn't just about worrying about your health, your job, seeing your friends and family, or worrying about housing insecurity. For some, it was worrying about if you or someone you love would be attacked simply because of the way you looked. My family has been feeling this fear, and from my conversations with so many of our Asian community members in Pinole, they've also been feeling this fear and a feeling of helplessness. For the benefit of our community, and for the protection of the most vulnerable in the community, I once again urge the Council to supplement our involvement with the United Against Hate Week with taking concrete action against hate at our local level. We can either play an active role in standing up for our marginalized communities, or we can stick with inaction and maintain the status quo. Please choose to do what is right. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. Thank you to members of the public that have provided public comments. I encourage you to work with us as a city, as your council members, as your neighbors, as fellow residents in Pinole, with tonight's presentation on United Against Week. It is a little bit more that I wanted to make certain as a mayor, we did take a few concrete steps beyond a resolution, which often is symbolic and is fine. But if there is an opportunity to do a little bit more, and the United Against Hate Week campaign has made available to all cities some of the materials and information and ideas about activities that could be implemented elsewhere. I thought, let's give it a try in Pinole, and here we are. So I welcome anyone beyond the council to help us enhance the sense of safety and inclusivity in Pinole. Okay, now I will take questions to staff from council, and I see Councilmember Murphy's hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, first I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the public commenters. That was incredibly moving and definitely kind of took me out of my questions. Yes, that was incredibly moving, and I just want to say thank you and honor those words. I do have two questions and suggestions. I just wanted to make sure, so one of the ideas which I love here is requesting that the Pinole Library create a book list that includes United Against Hate themed books. My question is, has this been done before? And do you have any suggestions, Ms. Picasso, about what books we would suggest?
Actually, I have been in contact with the Pinole Library, and they have been working on books already around the theme of United Against Hate Week. So she did send over links, and she said if we needed anything else, they'd be happy to compile the list, but they're also working on this on their end.
Okay, wonderful. That sounds great. And then my other question was in regards to, actually it was a suggestion more than a question, but you know, I was thinking about the rally last year with the young people, the Black Lives Matter rally in our town last year, and just hearing them speak about all the types of hate and being very explicit about not kind of putting together hate in one box, but really just like naming those things. Specifically given like the Attorney General's, California State Attorney General's report around the rise of hate crimes against both Asian and Black people, which culminates at around like 87%, I believe. I'm wondering if we should be in our messaging a little bit more specific, or would you, like, do you see us being a little bit more specific about what hate we're seeing in our town? Or should we, I mean, sometimes I get a little weary about universal messages that don't like point out what we're talking about. But I was just wondering your thoughts on that, like given I guess the environment and where we're at in terms of our state and probably our local community.
Yeah, I think, you know, it depends. Some cities are very specific to what they're seeing in their communities. So I think it would be for council to discuss if you would want something specifically to be included in the messaging that we're including. Because I don't know if there's anything else we could add in there specifically.
Sure. I was just wondering, and again, I guess that was more so towards I guess my real question was, are other cities being a little bit more explicit around united against anti-Asian hate or united against anti-Black racism or those type of things? So I'd love to know that. I think we could still move forward and give some direction. I'm certainly supportive of the Pinole Library book list. I'm one of those book clubbers. I would also extend that to a documentary list. There's a lot of people who watch documentaries now, like even kids who are like, I'd rather watch a movie about, fighting hate more so than book, but people should read too. So I think that would be great to expand that to not just books, but also documentaries or movies. And then also just to the council as an opportunity, I would love for us to use that week to highlight maybe 2 or 3 young people in our community who are fighting hate. I know that we have an active GSA at the Pinole Valley, Gay Straight Alliance at the Pinole Valley High School. Ms. Picasso, I know you work with a number of young people in our town as well who are actively fighting for a more diverse community. I know I can think of some folks. So I think it would be great for us in terms of building a tradition to highlight, again, 1 to 3 young people who are actively working in our town to build a more diverse town, fighting against anti-Asian, anti-Black, anti-LGBT hate. I think that would be a huge moment and great way for us to hopefully continue the tradition past us. So just wanted to suggest that. That's all for me.
Thank you. I suppose suggestion noted, and it'll be up to the staff to let us know how implementable that may be. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think the list of ways that we can participate is really good. And then kind of continuing on with Councilmember Murphy's, idea of communicating the specific experiences similar to what was brought up in the March last June. Perhaps some of those leaders, which I think many of us have contact with, several of them, perhaps we can encourage them to do a short video as well. That might be a way to, have tell their story, as part of this campaign. And, like some of the students at Pinole Valley High School as well. If they can participate in the short video campaign.
We can definitely take note of that and see if there's any groups that would be interested in doing some short videos. I do want to note that they do have some documentaries, so we could possibly include some of those in our resource list of information that's linked on there. But they do have movies and documentaries that they are promoting through their website.
We could also possibly reach out to United Against Hate Week organization and have them provide us with some criteria as to the videos so that we can then provide that to any high school kids or just the public so that they know the length of the video, the type of the video, and when they send it into the organization.
That would be great.
So just a point of clarification, the first bullet that was being proposed as a potential way for the city to participate in United Against Hate Week that reads encouraging local leaders to submit short video. That actually specifically, I think, relates to a program that the United Against Hate Week campaign organizers were running, where they were asking local leaders to submit videos to their campaign that they would post on their website. It would be quite a different matter for us to ask for submissions of standardized videos to the city of Pinole. So I would suggest that if we're interested in sharing some of that content locally, we perhaps create a website with links to the videos that are being presented on the United Against Hate Week campaign's website. So I don't know that we have the wherewithal to organize a video production effort this year.
No, I was thinking about passing the information on to certain people in our community that did speak at that rally. And, I think we're in touch with them, and it would be good to have their local stories told.
And submitting them to the United Against Hate Week campaign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, have them do it directly, but see if we can, make the connection.
Sure. So some of the speakers from the June rally. Great, thank you. If council provides that direction, taking notes here.
Yeah.
So I am thinking about a couple of things. There are means by which we can expand this United Against Hate Week in the Pinole through our efforts meaning council along with staff. And then, of course, we individually can champion and encourage any groups outside of council and staff to participate in this effort. And even doing that, now that we're aware of this and now that we have essentially subscribed to supporting this, it may go a long way. Some people may not be aware of that. I appreciate recognizing the energy that was had last summer by the youth, and to have them involved in something like this, knowing that in doing so, they are extending what we as a council can do. That goes a long way. The individual activities beyond what's on the list, I think, at least for now, I would love to support what staff has identified as doable this year, and continue and having continued ideas develop over time, and perhaps adding more into next year and years into the future. But for now, well, scratch that. I didn't mean to insert a but. And for now, I think we've got a nicely developed list that if we can carry out, implement those activities, it would be that much more than we had last year. We were made aware of this campaign, but it was a little too close to the actual week. And this time we have a little bit more time to carry out some things. So thank you, staff, and thanks, council, for also supporting this. Councilmember Murphy?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, given the staff report, the way I read this is a list of opportunities that from the United Against Hate website, maybe specified with Pinole information, but I guess my question to you, Ms. Picasso, are these at the end of the staff report, it says that staff recommends the city council consider various forms of participation and provide direction. Are you wanting us to decide within these opportunities, or are you thinking we need to give direction overall with any opportunity we want? I just don't read I'm trying to figure out the staff report correctly.
I can chime in and address that, Councilmember Murphy. Sure. The items listed in the staff report are items that we will take on as a city.
Okay.
However, the last sentence was if there were any additional items that the council wanted us to consider, we would evaluate those also.
So as a follow-up, you would be prepared technically to do all 2, 4, 6, 7 of these items if we...
Yes.
You're recommending 7 items at least.
Yes, and as you noted earlier, we've already reached out to the library for bullet point number 7. We will be speaking, or we will have a table at National Night Out to provide posters, and then we'll also be providing posters throughout the community. And as bullet point number 2, we'll bring a proclamation, and then bullet point number 3, we'll send out an email to all staff asking that on their email signature they include language that Pinole stands against or stands in support of United Against Hate Week.
Okay. Well, I am happy to make a motion to support all 7 recommendations by staff with a budget of $2,000.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I would like to raise a point. Ms. Picasso or Assistant Manager De La Rosa, you've alluded to a poster. Is there a poster available that you have in mind?
Yes, we have received a poster. All of the cities that participate in United Against Hate Week get the same poster, just with their city. So ours will have the city of Pinole listed on the poster. I believe it says Pinole stands against United Against Hate. So we have received the poster, and we are in the process of getting copies made for the National Night Out event.
Okay, and these copies are on the poster quality material that is going to live, at least stay around and shop windows and wherever people might place them in their windows for at least a couple months. Right?
Yes, that is correct. I have requested that it's a high quality paper that, won't fade after a few days of being in the windows.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Thomas?
Yeah, just a request if we can get a JPEG of the poster so we can include that on our signature line, that would be helpful.
And
we can do that.
Yeah, so we'll share. Some other members of the council have requested electronic copies of the poster and other collateral, so we can share that with everybody. Thanks, Ms. Picasso and Mr. De La Rosa. I do want to note that, consistent with some discussions we've had earlier this council meeting and some other recent council meetings, we are kind of getting into some new uncharted territory of taking some additional steps to express the city's support for different causes. So we are not necessarily reviewing this as the new normal. As you know, the city council adopts resolutions and proclamations at many times throughout the year, recognizing different causes. So I think we will need to consider whether this is precedent setting and what our standard support and engagement is going to be on those different causes, because this is beyond what we have traditionally done for all of our causes. And I think it raises the question, kind of what the standard is going to be going forward. So I expect that staff will be coming back to city council to get some direction on what we want the standard to be in terms of supporting and communicating, amplifying messages regarding different causes the council recognizes.
Okay, so all of these comments have been part of the discussion following the motion that's on the floor. Did we receive a second? I think we did, Councilmember Murphy. Now we can have a roll call vote. Madam City Clerk?
Mayor Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Salimi?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave? Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's continue with the remainder of our agenda and my mayor report. Since we last met, I was part of the WestCat board meeting that was held on September 9th. What I recall from that, and I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Toms, who also serves there later for additional information, but I recall that we had entered at that point month of September, and during the month of September, WestCat is offering rides without any fare, so the public can enjoy the bus rides on the available routes. And the other participation as your representative was serving in a special committee facilitating the discussion of the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee of the League of California Cities. We met prior to this week, which is the week that the League will hold its vote on several resolutions submitted since the Assembly last met. And in particular, the discussion that was held during the Revenue and Taxation Committee stemmed from something that came before us last time we met, and that you, as a council, you agreed we would vote affirmatively on. And as your delegate, I will do so this coming Friday. The resolution, as a reminder, has to do with calling on state legislature to pass legislation that provides for a fair and equitable distribution of what we know as the Bradley-Burns 1% local sales tax from in-state online purchases. More to be known after Friday, when we hear the General Assembly of Cal Cities vote one way or another on that resolution. So that's my report as your representative to other bodies. Other than that, as your mayor, I continue to request that you abide with masking indoors, social distancing, and to the extent possible that you add to the percentage in Pinole that will help contribute toward community immunity by receiving the vaccinations available to you. Thank you very much. And I will now turn to mayor and council appointments. We have none on the agenda tonight, but city council committee reports and communications, I will begin with Mayor Pro Tem Salim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to invite a member of the community to reach out to me directly if they have a specific item they would like to bring up to the agenda next year for the year 2021-2022. So I am working with the city manager and the rest of the staff to organize the agenda for next year, and I look forward to hear back from everybody who wants to reach to me. That concludes my reports, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tay?
Yeah, this is along the same vein as the 1383 presentation, which okay. I'm trying to use headphones because the baby's obviously trying to go to sleep, and it's been kind of wild, but I guess we'll just have to go through it. Last Thursday, we met with at Wickama. Can you guys hear me okay? And got an informational presentation about 1383 and some of the processes that go into separating trash and separating our waste streams. That presentation also had a sample MOU that was going to be distributed to the cities regarding 1383. So right now that document is sitting with, I believe, Andrew, City Manager Murray, you have that copy. If not, I'll work with the executive director to get that to you. But that's more of the information from 1383, which is coming down the line, as you guys saw. Other than that, there's, all quiet. Looking forward to the League of Cities, Cal Cities conference this week, just to, confer with colleagues and get more information as to what's happening on the state and the other committees. GTLR does have a meeting as well, so we'll be attending that. And that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things, and mostly thank yous. This past weekend was a great weekend for, I think, our community. I wanted to first thank you to those who came to my coffee and conversation on Sunday. I host virtual right now, Coffees and Conversation. So thank you all to those who came out Sunday morning. It's early at 9 a.m., but I appreciate folks who are willing and ready to have conversations about improving our community. So if you are a resident watching this, I will invite you to my website, murphyforpinole.com, to sign up for my next Coffee and Conversation, which is the third Sunday of October. So I hope that you all will join me and love having community conversations. I also wanted to thank the volunteers of the food bank, the volunteers who help with our food bank at the Senior Center. So every second Sunday of the month, we have the city host, the recreation, Ms. Picasso actually, helps with setting up a food bank for residents who are in need. I think we're at like 250 every time. So it's a huge need for our community. I think it's a huge asset. And it's a great time for folks who kind of want to get out and still volunteer and see people, but also do a good deed. So I just want to thank every single volunteer. Thank you to our city staff for continuing on this program. Thank you to the folks at the Senior Center who are constantly helping and volunteering. I think it's just such a good deed for our community, and I think it's absolutely necessary. So thanks again. I also just want to thank, lastly, folks who went to the community cleanup on Saturday. That was a really, really awesome effort. And our Community Services Commission, go you all. Thank you so much for all your work, for your diligence, and for keeping our community clean. I am just so appreciative. I felt like this was a great week for Pinole, and I look forward to more. Get vaccinated. Our next MCE Clean Energy meeting is on October 7th, which is a board meeting, and you are more than welcome to make public comment if you are watching this. We do have a public comment period. We'd love to hear from you. So thanks again, and again, get vaccinated. Please stay safe and fight hate.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate. We had a WestCat meeting 2 weeks ago, and through the month of September, we will continue to have free rides on WestCat and BART. If you use your Clipper card, you can get 50% off. So, and that includes, I think, the ferry system over to San Francisco. So if you want to try out public transportation, this would be a great month to do that. I also wanted to echo the success of coastal cleanup and also remind folks about National Night Out. Our next meeting on October 5th will be canceled in order for us to all attend that. And then the following Saturday is Dumpster Day. And that same day, we're planning on having a forum here at the City Council on that Saturday to discuss use of ARPA funds. So that's all I have for today.
Thank you. Thank you both for reminding me about coastal cleanup. I do want to add something, and I this is in appreciation to all who helped make it a success, and that's some of our local businesses. The Bear Claw Bakery provided goodies, Danish, whatever it was that morning that people had, donuts, etc. Lucky's and Sprouts provided water. Noah's Bagels also donated some items. Pete's Coffee and Starbucks helped us stay awake with coffee. The Community Services Commission, of course, helped organize this along with our city staff from Recreation and the commissioners who were present and continually have made this event happen. We appreciate you all. Tiny Tots was represented as well, and we had the Interact Club, talk about youth who were there to help us as well pick up some items and continue the activity. Rotary was present. There was a troop of Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, and of course Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. And not to minimize the presence of our own city staff who were there. Thank you, City Clerk Iopu, City Manager Murray, and Ms. Kaur, who were all there. And we appreciate that you were part of our community that day, outdoors on a beautiful day. So thank you. Okay, I think everyone has made their announcements, and we will go on to City Manager report.
Sorry, we think we have one item before that, request for future agenda items.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, I'll start. I have none. I want you to catch up and everything else that you need to do so that we are ready to go in the month of October. Yes. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Salini?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, you got silent.
Thank you. I would like to add an item on the agenda to discuss about the City Council salary.
What about City Council salary?
Those rates were fixed in 1988 and are not subject to any COLA increase or rate of adjustment living. The salary of $500 per month was based on 1988. And there has not been a policy set for City Council salaries and benefits since then, and I think it's something that we should be discussing.
Is there interest among other council members to have this type of discussion?
I agree. Just to note that the last time it was increased, we talked about doing it on the same cycle as other labor agreements, and we just did that today. So it's good timing.
Okay, and I see two other virtual hands. Is that consensus? No, it's a nod. It's a nod. Okay, it's okay. So we would like some sort of presentation about the origins of the salary, what it would entail to have it be different, catch up with some reasonable expenses that your council members have in the execution of their activities and the amount of time that's spent trying to do as best as we can. Okay, thank you. Council Member Tay?
On that same vein, separate issue, I'd like to request a discussion about our commission stipends. We have a lot of citizens that are volunteering in planning commission, traffic and pedestrian safety, and creating some type of stipend for them as well.
Is there interest among council members for this?
Yes.
Sure.
I would like to know what other cities do. Minimally that.
I'm pretty sure that we could add that into the report.
That would be great.
Okay. And now Councilmember Murphy, agenda items?
Yeah, I just wanted to, this is an agenda item that several residents brought up to my attention, but I don't think we currently have a process for, or a standard process that is for attendance of Pinole television at community events. So I would love for us to bring as a council agenda item, both a discussion but action around what community events Pinole television attends, and also the process by which an organization, a community organization, a business, anyone in our community can request attendance of Pinole television. And I'd love for that to be a discussion and action item so we can create a policy together on
that. Any interest about this? We ran into a situation earlier in the year where it seemed the request was made to have PCTV televise something within a week's or 2 weeks' time, and it just seemed it was an interesting approach that the member of the public used for that request. And so I think since then they haven't made similar requests, but yes, at that time I recall wondering, how we would manage that, the expectation that people have about what PCTV can do and what it does actually, and how that meshes with trying to increase revenue for it. Because all of that together, if we can have fuller explanation about how PCTV operates and its revenue generation and how it can be helped, I think is also ought to be part of the mix of this presentation.
Yeah, I think that would be a good discussion to have, including what the costs are and possibilities for sponsors. Like, football games used to be broadcast, but it was with sponsorship.
Yeah. Yes. So just to clarify for city staff, my agenda item is to identify or to understand the standardized process and policy around Pinole television and what events they decide or we decide as a team to be present at, and then also creating that calendar for possibly even 2022 so that everybody kind of knows what to expect. And of course, any additional agenda items that other folks want to add to.
So I see you nodding, City Manager Murray. I hear this as a presentation to us all from PCTV about what they do now, and then additional to that, what could be built to enhance the programming, maybe even that. Okay. And the cost associated with all that. Thank you. All right. Okay, I think we're through going through the...
One other thing, I wanted to make sure, because I didn't see this on the agenda forecast, but I believe at the last council meeting, I requested an agenda item surrounding the holiday, I call it Merriment on Main, but the holiday celebration that is a city-sponsored event. I believe I requested it to be an agenda item, and I didn't see it on the forecast. So I just wanted to make sure we have that as an upcoming agenda item. Budget, planning, logistics, how we as a council can support that program would all be kind of items I'd see either in the staff report and or as a part of that discussion. The Christmas tree lighting or holiday tree lighting, we should call it probably.
Pardon me, I missed something there, but City Manager Murray, what did you take away from this?
I don't recall it being discussed, but I'm happy to check the notes. And if not, I'm happy. Of course, we can consider it tonight. I think there might be a semantics issue when I was hearing it because I might have heard holiday tree lighting to mean tree lights on street trees in Old Town, as opposed to our tree lighting events. And certainly happy to have get some direction from council about the tree lighting event and related activities. So there's often holiday festivities at the senior center, which I was fortunate to attend before COVID made that possible. But so certainly happy to get direction from council about that. If it would like, I don't recall it being acted on as a future agenda item, but I could be mistaken on that. And of course, council can consider that tonight.
Yes, and I'm not sure what it is, Councilmember Murphy, you're asking, if it's a report from, in this case, the recreation staff about how they go about carrying on their activities, which is to me a little bit more on the operational side, and I'm not sure what it is that we're going to discuss about it other than hearing how they do it.
Sure.
So please clarify.
Sure. So just to clarify, first of all, I think there maybe have been confusion in what holiday lights were. So I believe it was at the last meeting that I had requested for us to have an update and report back about our holiday tree lighting celebration. I may have said holiday tree lighting and it was mixed up with today's agenda item. What I was referring to was the program by which we run as a city-sponsored event, mostly every year, in a traditional year where COVID is not happening. What that event is, and also like if we need to allocate a budget for that. If we haven't already, I would probably have that as an agenda item so that we can allocate a budget. But also, I do know that there have been issues in the past surrounding just generally city-sponsored support for that event. So just questions around what we actually help with, permitting, those pieces. I want to make sure that the business owners who participate and support that event do feel supported. And so that's why I'm bringing it to our attention and would love for it to be a council agenda item so that those business owners and even residents who would be interested in helping could find that as an opportunity to engage both the city council and the city staff. Does that make sense?
Somewhat. I'm still not getting the purpose of this other than a report back from the recreation department about how they conduct their activities.
Sure, let's do that for a report then. I think that would be a great start. I'm not too sure how to explain it any more than I have already. I think what I'm trying to get at, if I wasn't clear, is to ensure that we all as a council and as and also the public have an understanding of what's to come when it comes to our holiday tree lighting celebration and event, and also if we are waiving fees for permitting for that event, any of those type of processes, making sure we have no miscommunication around the execution of that event.
Okay. Council, thank you. City Manager Murray, might this dovetail into the agenda item that I requested about working with nonprofit organizations? So we've got nonprofit organizations that work with the city, we've got businesses that work with the city, and by work I mean either have collaborated in the past or could collaborate further. So there's some processes to be played.
I hear this is a pretty distinct request. It's really related to the holiday tree lighting event. It's not dissimilar from the discussion we had a little bit tonight on tree lighting, which is we're talking about a really specific function. That issue, the pending future council agenda item on working with private organizations and sponsoring events is actually much broader, and the reason that we haven't gotten to that is we're undergoing a transition and kind of a build out of that function of the city. The community services, the newly established community services department has been tasked with coordinating with private entities that want to sponsor events in the community. It's my understanding that the tree lighting is a city event, so I don't think we have some of the same permitting and fees issues that some of these privately sponsored events do, although I know that it's not always a clear line, and there are private sponsorships that help support the tree lighting event, including, I believe, Sequoia Realty has provided funding to purchase the tree. So I think of this as really a discussion of the city's plan for the tree lighting this year, and confirmation for the sake of making sure that City Council staff and the community are all on the same page, and also an opportunity for City Council to provide some additional direction on other elements or tweaks that they'd like to see. So, think of that as pretty distinct. in my mind. So happy to bring, if the council would like to have that conversation, happy to have staff assemble that work, and I think it would be valuable.
Okay, I'm thinking posadas, and I'll find out what that means when we get to that item. Thank you. All right. So, is there consensus on this matter?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, we're getting into the holiday season, talking about some light things. So I suppose that helps balance the greater, broader things that we're tasked to do as your representatives. City Manager, do you have a report for us?
I do. I also just want to circle back. If I missed that in my note keeping at the last meeting, I apologize. As I note, I might have been a little confused about hearing the term, but I'm certainly happy that we're carrying it forward, because I think it'll be a great conversation. Just want to mention, we've got all sorts of, so yes, like all of you, we've been fortunate to experience a number of great in-person community events that were safely executed. So really enjoyed Coastal Cleanup last weekend. We've got a number of others coming up. So this coming Sunday, of course, we have the car show, which I'm expecting to be a really great community event. National Night Out, as we've discussed before, is coming up on Tuesday evening. It's been delayed from its traditional August date by a number of communities because they wanted to see their community make progress on COVID before holding it. So that'll be on Tuesday evening, festivities at Fernandez Park, as well as neighborhoods being encouraged to host their own block parties. That'll be great. And as Councilmember Toms mentioned, and as you know, worth reiterating, we're going to have a special council meeting in a workshop format on Saturday, October 9th, where the council will be presented with some information regarding the parameters for how American Rescue Plan Act funding that the city is going to get from the federal government can be expended, and the city council is going to be taking public input. And over the course of 2 workshops, one on October 9th and another on November 6th, making decisions about how to expend those funds. So encourage members of the public to participate in that. Based on the current situation with COVID, we have decided that workshop on October 9th is going to be held virtually in the same format that these council meetings are. We'll have an outside facilitator come in to provide some expertise and guidance. So really looking forward to that. We are sending a mailer to every residence in Pinole. Those will be going out later this week. And when that a digital version of that is finalized, we'll send it to all of you so that you can pass on word about that. So we're hoping to have great participation. I did want to provide a little bit of information at the last council meeting. The matter of tenant assistance came up and rental assistance came up, and I just wanted to share information on 2, I think, really useful resources. So there are all sorts of programs at the federal, state, and county level. There was even a program at the city level on eviction prevention early in COVID that was then eclipsed by a county program. But there are all sorts of different programs available, renter protections, utility and energy cost relief. And I think the 2 most useful sites for information on that is the county has a site as part of its COVID assistance. And I think the easiest way to get to those is for everybody who's feels comfortable using a search engine is Googling that, Contra Costa County COVID-19 relief or services. So I would encourage you to visit the county site for up-to-date local information. And then the state has stood up a statewide website, which is housingiskey.com, that has all sorts of information about state programs. So I would highly encourage folks who are interested. The city website has an affordable housing subpage. It has a link to the county's affordable housing sites. You can get there eventually through the city site, but I would also encourage you to go directly to the county COVID-19 assistance site and look for renter protections, and similarly go to housingiskey.com. That is the conclusion of my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. City Attorney, do you have a report for us?
I do, but Councilmember Tate, did you have a question about the last comment?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to ask, I think Councilmember Murphy mentioned a modeling tool for, I'm just wondering if that would be ready by our October meeting for the ARPA funds. I know that it was something that we wanted to put out to the community as a feature to to kind of formulate what they want to see done with the money. I'm just wondering if that would be available.
Yes, so here appears Finance Director Guillory. Please tell us about the engagement tools that will be used as part of the workshops.
Yes, so we are planning to use an interactive tool, and we're planning to launch it after the first meeting. So we'll start with providing background on the ARPA funds and what they can be used for, and to also kick it off with some brainstorming so that the highest priorities rise to the top. And then from there, we'll implement the possibly the Balancing Act or a similar tool, and we'll report on those results during the second meeting. So that's
fantastic. Thank you.
I should also note that the consultants who we will be working with to plan for and facilitate the workshop have been doing direct business surveys in other communities they're working with. So we're reviewing a potential business survey and might be deploying that, which would be something. So businesses would be able to use the Balancing Act tool, but we might be deploying a customized tool to businesses as well.
That is great. Thank you.
Thank you. So City Attorney Kasher, all yours.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So just briefly, I wanted to mention at the last City Council meeting, made mention of the fact that we were kind of anxiously waiting to see whether or not the governor would continue the executive order that allows us to remain participating in video conference meetings for City Council meetings. The governor did pass AB 361 last Thursday, so that does extend the time that cities can continue to operate remotely for virtual public meetings. It does require that the City Council revisit that decision every 30 days. So we plan on bringing forward an item for the Council to discuss that matter either October 19th, but we can also do it the first meeting in November. So we'll take a look at the schedule to see what works. So that will be a discussion of, continuing virtual meetings, and we can discuss generally when we might think to return to in-person meetings. But the good news is the governor has given the discretion to the cities really to make that decision for themselves, so long as there is a state of emergency in place at the state level, and that will continue to be the case. And it actually extends it through 2024, depending on, assuming there's a state of emergency still in place. So that is the update as it relates to the Brown Act. And I look forward to seeing those of you who plan on attending the League of California Cities Conference later on this week. I'll be presenting Friday morning on the legal issues around advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in local municipalities. So everyone will be tired and probably won't be able to make it to that 9:40, but I'll be there on the city attorney track, and I hope to see you guys at some point during the conference. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be curious to hear that presentation, and then also hear from our colleagues in other cities as to what they see possible. So thank you for letting us know about that. Thank you everyone for participating, also our guests and the public comments that were shared this evening. Stay safe, everyone. I will adjourn the meeting at 9:59 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. We'll meet again. Next scheduled meeting of the City Council is October 19th. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
See you this week.
When the earth shakes, the ground moves, and things start to fall, you'll ask yourself, how prepared or unprepared are you? Have you removed objects from over the bed and over your head? Anchored your possessions securely to the wall. It won't be a pain, and you're not doing it in vain. Are your emergency kits packed? What about your family, your friends? Do they know what to do, how to get in touch, and where to meet? Do you know how to drop, cover, and hold on, covering your head and neck? What if you're outside? Or in a car? After the shaking stops, look around. Figure out what to do. Stay away from damaged areas. Turn on a radio. Reach out for help. And if you're trapped, do not move about. Stay calm. Only shout as a last resort. Once everything and everyone is safe, get prepared. An aftershock could be on its way. So before the earth shakes, the ground moves, and things start to fall, get prepared. Make a plan. Practice what you know, because an earthquake can happen anytime, anywhere. You never know. America's Prepare-a-thon. Be smart. Take part. Prepare.